Welcome to Creepy Vibes. Tonight, we're diving into the dark side of childhood innocence, where laughter turns to fear and sleepovers become something far more sinister. This is 30 disturbing true sleepover horror stories, a chilling collection of terrifying real-life encounters, where things went horribly wrong after dark, from haunted basements to unexplainable shadows lurking in corners. From shared episodes of sleep paralysis to games that should never have been played, these aren't just ghost stories. These are the kinds of experiences that never leave you, because the people who live them barely made it through the night. But before we begin, here's something strange. Most viewers make one big mistake: they watch without subscribing. And by doing that, they miss out on the creepiest, spine-tingling tales that only the bravest dare to hear. Don't be one of them. Hit that subscribe button now, because tonight is just the beginning, and the terror waiting in the darkness is far from over. Where are you watching from? And what time is it there? Let me know in the comments below, because here the night is only getting started and the horror is ready to unfold. Now, turn down the lights and let's begin. It started like any other sleepover. Popcorn in bowls, horror movies on low volume, the warm hum of laughter and whispered secrets between girls who didn't quite trust the dark but pretended they did. Lisa's house wasn't old or haunted. It was one of those cookie-cutter suburban homes at the edge of town near the big drainage canal. The kind built fast and cheap in the early 2000s. There wasn't anything creepy about it. No creaking pipes, no peeling wallpaper, no strange history. Just beige walls and LED lights and the smell of vanilla from a plug-in diffuser. They were four that night: Lisa, Tanya, Brooke, and Emily. 7th graders, all on the cusp of being teenagers but not quite grown. They sprawled across the carpet in sleeping bags, playing Would You Rather and passing around a half-empty bag of sour gummies. Sometime past 1 a.m., the sugar crash hit. Brooke passed out first. Tanya followed soon after. Lisa and Emily stayed up, whispering about crushes, school drama, and how Tanya's older brother looked cute in that football jersey. Lisa's bedroom closet had mirrored sliding doors, floor-to-ceiling mirrors that glowed faintly in the dim hallway light bleeding through the open door. Emily noticed the mirror first. Or more accurately, she noticed the way her reflection didn't quite match her movement. She lifted her hand to scratch her head, and the girl in the mirror was just a blink behind. Not much, just a breath. Lisa didn't notice, but Emily froze. She stared, eyes narrowing. Lisa whispered, "What?" Emily didn't answer. She waved both hands this time, slow and exaggerated, watching closely. The reflection moved normally. Now Lisa laughed. "You look like you're trying to fly or something. I swear." Emily started, but trailed off. Never mind. But the mirror had her attention now. It felt wrong. She didn't know how else to put it. There was a weight behind the glass, like the reflection was more than glass and silver, like there was depth behind it. A room behind a room. Lisa flicked off the hallway light and lay back. Down. "Time for sleep," she mumbled. "Already half gone." Emily couldn't. Her gaze drifted back to the mirror again and again. She watched her reflection breathe. She turned her head slowly to the left and saw it move a heartbeat late again. A soft, wet blink. Emily sat bolt upright in her sleeping bag, heart knocking in her chest like a trapped animal. She stared. Nothing. The mirror showed the two of them, curled in their sleeping bags, the slumped shapes of Brooke and Tanya beyond. Everything looked normal, but her mouth had gone dry. She told herself she was imagining things. She'd read somewhere that the brain sometimes delayed visual input, that mirrors could distort movement in low light. It was science, just science. She lay back down, closed her eyes. tried to pretend she hadn't seen what she saw. The closet door clicked. Emily sat up again. Not a loud noise, barely audible, but it had moved just a little, an inch, maybe two. Enough that a black sliver of nothing gaped between the mirrored panels. Her breath caught in her throat. She didn't scream. That's the part that would haunt her later. She just watched. Her heartbeat throbbed in her ears. The closet stayed still. The air in the room felt wrong, heavy, dense. She wanted to call Lisa's name but couldn't speak. Her voice had slipped into some hidden crack in her chest and wouldn't come out. She stared at the closet for what felt like hours, too afraid to blink. The mirror shifted again. Not the door. The reflection. Lisa's reflection was sitting up, but Lisa herself lay snoring, face down in her sleeping bag. The reflected Lisa slowly turned her head and looked directly at Emily. Didn't move. Her bladder threatened to give out. Her hands trembled, fingers twisting into the sleeping bag's nylon edge. She tried to make sense of it. Maybe she was dreaming. Maybe she'd fallen asleep already. Then the reflection smiled, not a natural smile. It stretched too far, too wide, the corners splitting like paper seams. The eyes were wrong, too solid. Black, as if the pupils had eaten the irises whole, and then Lisa's reflection began crawling toward her. Only in the mirror. On the bedroom floor, nothing moved. The real Lisa snored softly. Brooke mumbled something in her sleep. Tanya rolled over and kicked her blanket. But in the mirror, the crawling Lisa closed the gap, elbows bending the wrong way, joints clicking as she slithered forward like something not quite human. Emily screamed. Lisa jolted awake, eyes wide and wild. What? What? Emily pointed. The mirror showed them both, normal again. Just two scared girls on the carpet, bathed in soft moonlight through the blinds. There was, she started. Lisa shook her head. You scared the hell out of me. What happened? Emily didn't know what to say. Nothing she could explain. Sounded believable. The mirror. I saw something. You were crawling at me, but in the reflection only. Lisa frowned. That's not funny. I'm not joking. Lisa got up and dragged a hoodie off her desk chair. Maybe you dreamed. You sure you weren't asleep? Emily shook her head. I was awake. I swear I was awake. Lisa stared at the closet a moment, then walked over and yanked the mirrored doors open. The closet was empty. Just clothes and a pile of shoes. They didn't sleep after that. Not really. The sugar rush was long gone, but the fear kept them wired till sunrise. By morning, it felt distant, stupid, a trick of the light. Emily almost believed it hadn't happened at all. Until 2 weeks later, when Tanya told them something strange had happened at her place during a sleepover. She had these mirrors on her closet too, Tanya said. Like yours, Lisa, sliding. Once, I swear to God, I saw myself in there, standing up, watching me. Brooke's face drained of color. I thought it was just me, she said. Mine didn't blink either, just stared at me, like it didn't want to leave. Lisa didn't laugh. None of them did. They didn't talk about mirrors after that. Not out loud. They started sleeping with blankets over them. Some even covered theirs up with posters or bed sheets. Lisa eventually made her parents replace her closet doors with wood, but Emily never forgot the smile. The way it crawled without sound. The way it looked at her like it knew something she didn't. And sometimes, just sometimes, when she passed by a mirror in the dark, she'd catch something. A flicker, a soft, wet blink, even when she didn't. It started with a whisper. Not the kind you hear from someone standing next to you, not even the kind the wind makes when it threads its fingers through the trees. No, this whisper came from below. Lena was the first to notice it. The old farmhouse belonged to her grandparents. but they hadn't lived there since her Uncle Jeremy hanged himself in the basement 20 years ago. The house had been sitting empty all that time, save for the occasional rat or wandering drifter. Her family still owned the place, though no one had the stomach to sell it or go back inside. But Lena had always been braver than the rest of us. She wasn't reckless, just drawn to dark places. Maybe it was grief. Maybe it was something else. It was her idea to go out there that weekend. Just the 5 of us. Lena, me, Sam, Joe, Reggie, and Tara. We were all 20-somethings half drunk. On nostalgia and boredom, clinging to one last adventure before real life pulled us in different directions. She dangled it like bait. Let's spend the night at the farmhouse, in the basement. We laughed it off at first. Nobody wanted to say it out loud, but we all remembered what happened down there. Uncle Jeremy. The note. The locked door. The sounds people claimed to hear from inside long after he died. But then Reggie, always the smartass, said, "What, y'all scared of some dusty stairs and bad vibes?" And like idiots, we took the bait. The farmhouse stood alone on a patch of forgotten land just outside Marshall, Texas. The trees were thick and wild there, pressing in like they wanted to smother the place. We got there around dusk, our headlights slicing through the fog. The sun had dipped just below the trees, and everything looked soaked in rust. Inside, the air was thick and sour. Years of mildew and rot, a hint of something sharper underneath. The upstairs was cluttered, but intact furniture draped in yellowing sheets. Dead flies in the corners, wallpaper peeling like old skin, but the basement door. That thing looked like it had grown shut. It was heavy, swollen from humidity and disuse. We had to shoulder it open, and when it finally gave way, a breath of cold air rushed up to meet us. Colder than it had any right to be in late June. Tira shivered. "What the hell?" "It's freezing." Reggie clicked on his flashlight. Basements probably got better insulation than the rest of the house. We all knew that was bullshit, but no one said anything. The stairs creaked like bones as we descended. The light from above barely reached the bottom. Reggie went first, flashlight beam bobbing. Then Lena, then the rest of us, quiet and uneasy. The basement was bigger than we remembered. Stone walls, old shelves, rusted tools hanging from nails. In the far corner was the wooden support beam where Jeremy had done it. The rope had been cut down, but the stain on the floor remained. Long, dark, permanent. We laid out sleeping bags in a rough circle, lit a couple of lanterns, and opened some beers. The air tasted metallic. We tried to laugh, tried to talk about normal things, college stories, dumb hookups, music, but the conversation kept drifting, stalling. That's when Lena said it. "You ever wonder what he heard?" We all looked at her. "Jeremy. I mean, he wasn't crazy. My mom said he was sensitive, that he heard things down here." Joe made a face. "Like voices?" Lena nodded. "Yeah, whispering, chanting. He told my mom once that the basement talked to him, said it knew his name, that it asked him for something." Reggie scoffed, but not convincingly. "Maybe he just wanted attention." "No," Lena said. "He was scared. The day before he died, he tried to seal the door with nails. Like, hammer it shut from the inside. But he only got 2 nails in before he stopped. And then..." She trailed off, gesturing toward the support beam. Silence swallowed the room after that. Heavy, prickly. Then Tara said, "Did you all hear that?" We froze. There it was, faint, dragging across the stone, like cloth. Or a foot. Reggie swung his flashlight around, but the beam landed on empty walls and dust. "It's rats," he said, voice thinner than usual. No. Tara's eyes were wide. It was a voice, a whisper. I swear to God. Then I heard it too. Just under the sound of our breathing. Like someone exhaling words too softly to understand. But it was there, hissing, murmuring, calling. Lena stood up. Her expression was distant, as if she were trying to hear something clearer than the rest of us. She stepped toward the back of the room, toward that old iron door we hadn't noticed before. It was half hidden behind a shelf, the metal corroded and black. "Where are you going?" Joe whispered. Lena didn't answer. She touched the handle. "Don't open that," I said, standing up. "Seriously, Lena." But it was too late. The door groaned open with the sound of tearing flesh. The space beyond was pitch black. No walls, no floor, just void. The light from Reggie's flashlight didn't reach inside. It was like it got swallowed. We should have run then. We should have dragged her out and sealed that thing forever. Instead, we watched as Lena stepped inside. There was no scream, no sound at all. She just vanished, swallowed whole. Reggie dropped the flashlight. It rolled across the floor, spinning beams into the dark. Tara started sobbing. Joe was shaking so hard her teeth clacked. I went to the door. I had to see. Had to know. I leaned in, holding the lantern out in front of me, and then I saw them. Dozens of faces. Pale, hollow-eyed, staring back from the black. Their mouths moved in silence, lips forming words I couldn't hear, until suddenly I could. "Come in. We're waiting." I slammed the door shut and backed away. "We're leaving, now." But the basement didn't agree. The lanterns flickered, then died. Total darkness. Something shifted in the shadows, and then we heard them footsteps. But not just from one direction, all around us. Upstairs, too. Walls creaking like they were breathing. Tara screamed, and something yanked her into the dark. Just gone. Not a trace. No thud, no struggle. Joe ran for the stairs, but they collapsed beneath her like wet cardboard. She fell into the pit, her scream cut off by a sickening crunch. Only Reggie and I were left. He grabbed a rusted pipe from the shelf and swung at shadows, shouting, crying. The voices got louder. Not whispers, now screams, commands, prayers. Words and languages that didn't belong in this world. And then Reggie went still. Just stopped moving. He looked at me with wide, bloodshot eyes. "They're in my head," he whispered. "They're showing me things." "What things?" I cried. He smiled. "My future and yours." Then he walked into the black. No hesitation. No sound, and I was alone. I don't remember crawling out. I don't remember finding the door or how I escaped. All I know is I woke up outside bleeding, my fingers raw and broken. No one believed me. They found the house empty. No sign of the others. Just my bloody fingerprints on the inside of the basement door. No door behind the shelf. No room. Nothing. But sometimes at night I still hear them, whispering under the floorboards, calling me back. It started the way these things usually do, quiet and unnoticed. Just little things, odd things, the kind of weird you can shrug off until it grows teeth and starts to chew. The boy's name was Thomas Avery, 11 years old, skinny as a branch, and pale in that way some kids are like the sun never really wanted him. He lived with his mom Dana in the town of Cross Hollow, Texas, the kind of town that had one stoplight, one diner, and a sense of stillness that felt too thick at night. They lived in a modest blue house on Stillwater Drive, next to the dry creek bed that only ran in spring when the storms rolled in hard from the west. Dana was a nurse who worked the night shift at the county clinic, which meant Thomas was often alone with a babysitter or, more often than not, with just the house and the TV glow to keep him company. The sleepwalking started in April. It was harmless. At first, Dana would come home and find the back door unlocked or Thomas's bedroom light on when she was sure she'd turned it off before work. She figured he was waking up for water or the bathroom and just forgetting to go back to bed properly. Then one night, She came home around 3:30 a.m. and found Thomas outside. He was barefoot, standing in the backyard near the sagging fence line. His eyes were open but glazed over, his pajamas soaked up to the knees with creek mud. He was staring at nothing. She called his name once, twice, then louder. No response. When she touched his shoulder, he blinked, looked up at her, and said, "Did you see her?" Dana knelt, heart pounding, and asked, "See who, baby?" "The girl in the leaves," he whispered. "She's cold." She got him inside, cleaned him up, made him hot chocolate, though he didn't remember a thing. In the morning, when she pressed him about it, he just looked confused. That was April 12th. On April 17th, they found the body of Lacey Marsh. She was 10 years old. Went missing 3 months earlier while walking home from Sunday school. Nobody had seen a thing. Search parties combed the whole area, even brought in dogs and helicopters, but nothing turned up. Then a jogger found her half buried under a bed of wet leaves by the creek, less than a quarter mile from the Avery's backyard. Same spot Thomas had stood that night. Exact spot. The police talked to Dana. She told them about the sleepwalking, but not the thing he'd said. She wasn't sure why. Maybe because it sounded insane, or maybe because saying it out loud made it feel more real. The autopsy ruled the death a homicide. The body was too decomposed to tell much else, but she'd been strangled. A little girl, dumped like trash in the mud. Thomas didn't sleepwalk again for almost a week. Then it started back with a vengeance. Dana bought child-proof locks. She installed alarms. She even got one of those nanny cams, thinking maybe she could catch what was happening. But Thomas always found a way out. Unlocked doors that had been locked, slipped latches, bypassed alarms without tripping a sound. Like something guided him, like his body knew things his mind did. Single quotes did. Each time, he'd end up somewhere strange. One night she found him in the middle of the woods near Old Hollow Road, standing by a tree split with burn marks. Another night, he stood at the edge of the abandoned grain mill, arms out like he was waiting for something to come out of the dark. But the worst was May 6th. She woke up at 3 o'clock. From a nightmare so sharp it made her sit up gasping. Something felt wrong. She ran to his room. Empty. The window was open. Dana drove like a madwoman down County Line Road with a flashlight and a kitchen knife in her lap, scanning the fields. She found Thomas standing in a clearing behind Stokes' barn, barefoot and shaking, his pajamas soaked again. This time, he was crying. "He made me watch," he said through chattering teeth. "He made me watch him take her." Dana wrapped him in a blanket and didn't press. Not then, but that was the moment she stopped denying that something deeply unnatural was happening. The next day, she pulled every photo she could find of missing children from the area. Old flyers, archived newspaper articles, community board posts. She showed them to Thomas, one by one, asking if he'd seen any of them. He said no to all of them until he saw the one of Jenny Belmore, 12 years old, vanished in 2018, still officially missing. "She's the one from the silo," he said. Dana's blood turned cold. "What silo?" "The one behind the red barn near the highway. He kept her there." "He who?" Thomas didn't answer. He just cried. She called the sheriff anonymously and told them to check the silo behind the old Kilmer barn off Route 19. She didn't say how she knew, just begged them to look. They found bones. A jaw. A child's shoe. That night, Dana didn't sleep. She sat by her son's bed, staring at him, trying to understand what was happening to her boy. He was 11. He played with Legos and liked chocolate milk and couldn't tie his shoes properly. But somehow, he was being led to the remains of murdered children. The town whispered. The cops talked. Some believed it was a gift. Others said the kid was involved somehow, even though it didn't make sense. How could an 11-year-old know where bodies were buried years before? It kept happening. Sleepwalks followed by discoveries. A girl in a shallow grave under a church playground. A boy stuffed inside a drain pipe behind the high school. All of them had gone missing. All of them had been forgotten by most. And Thomas kept finding them. Then one night, he spoke in his sleep. Dana recorded it on her phone. He whispered, "He's close now. He's watching me. He knows I know." She took that to the police. They dismissed it, called it stress. Said the boy needed therapy. But Dana knew better. 2 days later, she caught a man watching the house. He was parked in a white truck across the street, just sitting there. When she stepped outside, he drove off. No plates. It happened again the next night, and the next she reported it. Nothing came of it. Then, on June 1st, Thomas didn't come home from school. The police found his backpack in a ditch off Magnolia Road, straps cut. They searched for 3 days. On the 4th day, he came back, walked right up the porch barefoot, his pajamas torn and bloody. He didn't speak, just looked at her with dead eyes and collapsed in her arms. The doctors said he was dehydrated, bruised, but otherwise unharmed. He never spoke again. Whatever happened to him out there, whoever had taken him had broken something inside him. Whatever strange window had opened in his sleep was now sealed tight. No more sleepwalking. No more bodies found. But sometimes, when the wind is still and the air thick with the smell of summer rot, Dana swears she can see him standing at his window, just staring into the night, and somewhere out there, the man who watched him, the one who used to whisper through Thomas's dreams, is still walking free. Because Thomas knew too much, and now he knows nothing. It was one of those thick, humid Texas nights where the sweat clings to your skin and even the air feels heavy with secrets. 4 high school friends, Ryan, Cody, Jamie, and Tyler, were sprawled across Ryan's backyard, half buzzed on stolen beers and drunk on the thrill of no adults around. It was the first weekend of summer, and the world felt big and wide and full of stupid things to do. The tent was a mess of duct tape and mismatched poles. The boys had dragged out 2 sleeping bags each, laid them in a lazy circle around the dying fire pit, and kept the prank war going well past midnight. Jamie had filled Cody's sleeping bag with shaving cream. Tyler had pretended to be a bear. Cody retaliated by sneaking off and tossing pebbles from the shadows until Ryan nearly pissed himself. They were riding the tail end of the chaos when it happened. Jamie was the first to notice it. He pointed toward the edge of the yard, where the fence met the dense tree line of the empty lot next door. There, in the long grass, was another sleeping bag. It looked old, faded blue, dirty at the edges, like it had been dragged through mud. The weird part was, none of them remembered bringing it. They counted. 2 for Ryan, 2 for Cody, 1 for Jamie, 1 for Tyler. That made 6. This one made 7. Did one of y'all bring an extra? Cody asked, poking at the embers with a stick. Nope, Ryan muttered, staring at the thing. That ain't mine. It wasn't there before, Jamie said, quieter now. I swear to God it wasn't. The air shifted. It was one of those subtle things, like the wind just forgot how to move, or the crickets lost the beat. The sleeping bag sat perfectly still, no puff, no sway, no fold moving like cloth should. Then it moved. It was slow, almost lazy. The top part of the sleeping bag rose a little, like someone inside had propped themselves up on an elbow. No face, no hands, just the suggestion of weight shifting beneath the nylon. Tyler laughed, but it didn't sound right. Okay, who's screwing around? Ryan stood up, wiped his palms on his jeans. It ain't funny anymore. The bag settled again. Cody flicked his flashlight toward it. The beam hit the bag square on and was swallowed. Not in the way. Light dims on old fabric, but in a way that felt wrong. like the bag ate the light. Inside the beam, the blue nylon seemed darker than shadow, darker than pitch, like it went down into something deeper. "Seriously," Jamie said, voice cracking. "Cut the shit." They got closer, not too close. But close enough to see what? They hadn't before. There were drag marks. Deep, uneven furrows in the grass leading from the trees to where the bag now lay. Like someone had pulled it, someone who didn't care about noise or hiding. And worse, the bag looked older now. The fabric was frayed in places. There were dark stains around the seams. Tyler stepped forward, just enough to nudge it with the tip of his boot. The bag moved again, not like someone rolling over. Not like shifting weight, it jerked. Like something inside twitched too fast, too wrong. Tyler jumped back. "Y'all saw that, right? I didn't imagine it." Ryan swallowed hard. "Get Dad's gun," he told Jamie. "Now." Jamie bolted toward the house. Cody took a step back. "Maybe it's some homeless guy? Maybe he's high or sick." "Don't be stupid," Ryan snapped. "Homeless guys don't just show up in ghost bags." The bag shuddered. "Not from wind, not from touch. Breath. The rise and fall of fabric, slow and rhythmic. You could hear it now, if you got quiet enough, the soft inhale, the rasping exhale. It sounded wet, wrong, like lungs that hadn't worked right in years. "I think he's alive," Tyler whispered. "Should we help him?" "No," Ryan said. "Don't touch it." The bag twitched again, a violent, spastic motion that rocked. The whole thing like something trying to punch its way out. But there were no fists, just weight shifting. Fabric stretching. And then it moaned. Not human, not animal. A low, groaning wail, like air pushed through ruined pipes. The sound turned their blood cold. Jamie came back running, out of breath, yelling. Phones dead, guns locked up. The moan stopped. The yard went still, and then the bag opened. Not. Unzipped, just split. A line down the middle, like skin peeling open. From inside, something reached out. It wasn't a hand. It was too long, too thin, like a centipede made of bones. It curled out, blind and sniffing, tapping the grass like it could smell them. Tyler screamed and turned to run. He didn't get far. The thing moved faster than anything had a right to. The bag convulsed and something shot out, a blur of darkness and noise, and Tyler was gone. Just gone. No scream. No struggle. The sleeping bag sat where it had, slightly. Fatter now, slightly rounder. Like it had eaten. Jamie fell backwards. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Cody dropped to his knees. Ryan grabbed him, screaming at him to get up, to move, to run. But Cody was gone inside himself, shocked, broken. The bag twitched again. That sound came again. Wet breathing. Jamie was the first to run. Ryan followed, dragging Cody by the arm. They made it to the porch and slammed the door behind them. They didn't sleep, didn't talk, just watched through the kitchen window as the sleeping bag lay still. Hours passed. And when dawn finally broke, it was gone. No bag, no drag marks. No Tyler. Just trampled grass and one brown muddy shoe left behind. They told the cops. Of course they did. But Tyler was marked as a runaway. No forced entry, no struggle, no signs of foul play. Just a missing kid and a wild story no one believed. Ryan moved away by the end of summer. Jamie stopped talking to everyone. Cody never spoke again. But sometimes, on hot nights, when the world is still and the air feels too heavy to breathe, Ryan dreams of that bag, of the sound it made. And sometimes, in the dreams, there are two. It was one of those blistering Amarillo afternoons where the wind rolled dust across the cracked sidewalks like a dying sigh, and the sun beat down on the concrete with the kind of malice that made even dogs retreat under cars. Tommy Bell and his little crew Josh, Micah, and Devin were prowling through an airless secondhand shop on 9th Street, flipping through crates of old VHS tapes and finger-smudged board games no one had touched in years. The store smelled like wet carpet and old newspaper. The lady who ran it didn't even bother to get up from her stool when the bell above the door jingled, just waved a cigarette with an inch-long ash and muttered, "Ain't nothing back there for kids." But that's exactly why they went. Back there. Into the back corner where the shelves sagged and the lights flickered like they were barely hanging on. That's where they found it. It didn't have a name on the box. Just a dark wooden lid, stained deep maroon like dried blood, with no latch, just an odd black seal across the front. Not printed, not painted. More like it had been burned into the wood. A strange symbol, something like a twisting infinity. Sign tangled in barbed wire. It caught the eye and wouldn't let go. "Looks cool," Micah said, brushing dust off the top with his hoodie sleeve. Josh shook his head. "Looks like a satanic Ouija board," Devin snorted. "You mean a satanicer? Ouija board?" Tommy, the de facto leader because he was the tallest and the fastest, shrugged and opened it. The inside was simple enough at first glance. A square board, similar to a standard game layout, only instead of property lines or battle zones, it had dozens of tiny Windows black flaps that you had to lift to see what was underneath. In the center was a spinning pointer shaped like an arrowhead. Beside it, 4 metal pieces shaped like chess pawns, but with grooves etched into them like veins. Under the lid was a single line in block letters: "Speak your turn, bleed your." Truth. They bought it for $2. The cashier didn't even look inside the box, just shoved it in a plastic bag and handed it over with a grunt. "Y'all be careful. That thing been sitting there since before I got this place." Gives folks the heebie-jeebies. That night, they met in Tommy's garage walls covered in old license plates, an unplugged fridge humming for no reason, and a single fly buzzing around the bare bulb overhead. They sat in a circle, cross-legged, like little cultists. Devin set the board down. "So how do we play?" "Dunno," Tommy said. "Spin the arrow, lift a flap, I guess." Josh hesitated. "Feels kinda wrong," Tommy smirked. "What's the matter?" "Scared, it'll tell you. Your deep, dark secret? Like that time you—" "Don't," Josh snapped, red already rising in his cheeks. Micah spun the arrow. It clattered noisily, then pointed to him. He shrugged, reached forward, and lifted one of the black flaps. A message, printed in tight. Perfect red script. "You stole from your mother's purse. $20. You lied." Micah froze. The other 3 snorted and laughed, until they saw the look on Micah's face. He swallowed, blinking fast. How could it know that?" Tommy's smile faltered. "Wait, that's real?" Micah didn't answer. He just sat back, pale. Josh laughed nervously. "Lucky guess." "Try again," Tommy said. "Josh, spin." "It." Josh reluctantly did. The arrow stopped at Devin. He lifted a flap. "You watch her while she sleeps. She doesn't even know." Devin blinked. "What the hell?" Tommy grinned. "Who? Your sister?" Devin's mouth twitched, but he didn't answer. His eyes just dropped to the board. Tommy laughed again. "Jesus, man, it's just a game." But something was different now. The garage had gone cold, even though it was mid-July. No one was speaking. Josh glanced at the door. "Let's just do one more," Tommy said. "Then we call it." The arrow spun and stopped pointing at Tommy. He picked one of the corner flaps, peeled it back slow. "She died because of you." Tommy blinked. "What the fuck is this?" Josh squinted. "What does that mean?" Tommy didn't say anything. He stared at the words like they were moving. "Tommy?" Micah asked, quiet now. Tommy stood up suddenly. "I'm done." Game's broken or something. Josh stood too. No man, what does it mean? Who died? Tommy just muttered something and shoved the board into its box. Game's over. But at WSN single quotes T. The next morning, Micah came to school with blood in his eyes. Literally, his sclera was turning red, and a faint trickle of blood had leaked from his tear ducts. Nurse thought it was a burst vessel. His parents took him to the ER that afternoon, the day after Devin started having nosebleeds. Not regular one steady drips that wouldn't stop for hours, even when he tilted his head back. By the weekend, he'd been hospitalized for unexplained bleeding from his ears and gums. Tommy stopped answering texts. When Josh finally went to his house, Mrs. Bell said Tommy hadn't been himself. He wouldn't eat, wouldn't speak. He just sat in the garage, alone, with the box in front of him. Josh found him there later that night. The garage light was off. Only the full moon through the dusty windows let him see. Tommy was sitting cross-legged in front of the open board, eyes glazed, whispering something. Over and over, bleed the truth, bleed the truth, bleed the truth. Josh stepped closer. There was blood on the board. Thick streaks running from Tommy's nose, his eyes, down his chin. It had pooled in the center, soaking into the arrow and seeping beneath the flaps. One of them was open. Josh looked. This time the letters were black. She was in the water. You saw her. You did nothing. Tommy turned to him slowly, eyes red as murder. She fell in the river, he whispered. 3 years ago, camp. I was supposed to be watching. I saw her go under. I didn't call for help. I didn't move. I just watched. Josh stumbled back, hands trembling. Who? Who was she? My cousin, Amy. She drowned. They called it an accident. Tommy laughed then. A sound like something breaking. Josh ran. He didn't go to school the next day. Neither did Tommy. The day after that, the Bell family was gone, packed up overnight, no goodbye. The house sat empty for months, grass growing tall in the yard, mail piling up on the porch. No one ever saw the board again, but sometimes, late at night, Josh dreams of it. He's back in the garage. The board is open. The arrow is spinning, and every time it stops, it points straight at him. It was the last Friday of September when the town of Gainesville, Texas, started whispering again. That whisper, the one that rose up now and then like an old ghost clearing its throat, always circled back to Campbell Street. It was an ordinary block, mostly narrow, tree-lined, the kind of street where porches sag and dogs bark at nothing. Most of the houses had chain-link fences, fading paint, or rotting wood, but they were lived in, laughed in, fought in. And then there was 317 Campbell, the one house that didn't quite belong. Windows boarded up with moldy plywood, grass grown high enough to hide old toys, and a sagging front porch where nobody sat. It had been empty since the summer of '92, when a woman named Letty Cross vanished with her 2 sons. People said she went crazy. Or maybe her boys did. Nobody knew for sure. But they all agreed on one thing. Something had gone terribly wrong. In that house, the local legend that followed was stitched together from rumors, campfire stories, and drunk ramblings from kids who grew up too fast. They called her the Quiet Lady, a shadow with long black hair and eyes like broken glass. Supposedly, she came when you invited her, but you had to mean it. You had to be scared when you called her. That was part of the deal. That fall, 4 kids decided to test the legend. They were all 12, all classmates, and all buzzing with that electric kind of courage only kids that age know. Grace was the leader, sharp-tongued, clever, and always looking for a thrill. Her cousin, Milo, followed her like a nervous shadow. Then there was Beckett, tall and lanky, the kind of kid who drew pentagrams on notebook paper for fun. And finally, Oliver Quiet, polite, the new kid who had just moved in 2 months ago. The kind of boy you wouldn't expect to end up in stories like this. The kind of boy who never should have been there that night. The slumber party was at Grace's house, just a few doors down from 317. Her mom worked nights, and her stepdad was either passed out drunk or not around. It was the perfect setup. Microwave popcorn, stolen beers from the fridge, and horror movies until the tape sputtered and died. At around 2:13 a.m., Beckett brought it up. "Let's call her," he said. The quiet lady. Milo, half asleep under a blanket, groaned. "That's stupid. She's not real," Beckett smirked. "Of course she's not. That's why it's fun." Grace looked out the window. 317 was a silhouette in the distance, smothered in darkness except for the street lamp buzzing above the sidewalk. The air seemed thicker now, still, like it was listening. "How do we do it?" Oliver asked, voice barely above a whisper. Beckett dug into his backpack and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, yellowed and wrinkled. "Found this online. There's a chant. You say it 3 times. Then you knock on her house 3 times and you wait." "What happens then?" Milo asked. Beckett shrugged. "She picks one. Maybe 2. Whoever's scared the most." They all laughed, even Grace, but it didn't sound real. Still, the kind of buzz that only danger brings had started crawling under their skin, and that was enough to push them out the door. The walk to 317 felt longer than it should have. Gainesville's usual sounds, crickets, dogs, distant cars, seemed to hold their breath as the 4 kids crept up to the old house. Grace led, flashlight in hand, cutting through the fog that had started to settle low across the street like smoke from an unseen fire. The porch groaned as they stepped on it. Beckett handed Grace the paper, and she unfolded it with trembling fingers. The words weren't in English. Some weird mix of Latin and gibberish that made their tongues trip. Still, they chanted it. Once, twice, 3 times. Then the knocking. 3. Soft, hollow taps. Nothing happened. No wind. No creaking. Just that unbearable silence. And then Grace started laughing. "Told you. Fake as hell." They turned around to leave. But Oliver stayed. His face had gone pale, his lips trembling. "Do you hear that?" They froze. Listened. At first, nothing. Then, so faint they almost missed it, the creaking of the porch. Behind them. Like someone stepping out. They ran. All 4 bolted back to Grace's house without a word. Doors locked. Curtains shut. Nobody wanted to talk about what they may or may not have heard. They forced themselves to laugh again, but the air never felt quite right after that. Something hung there, thick and sour. They fell asleep eventually, all except Oliver and Milo, who lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Every creak of the house sounding louder than the last. By morning, the police were there. Grace had found them. Oliver and Milo still lying in their sleeping bags, eyes open, mouths slack, not breathing. No marks. No wounds. Just gone. The coroner said it looked like sudden cardiac arrest, but that didn't explain the expressions frozen on their faces. The horror. The emptiness. Like they'd seen something they couldn't understand in their final seconds. Something that never left them. Grace didn't speak for weeks after that. Beckett moved in with his grandparents in Amarillo and stopped answering her calls. But something worse happened to Grace. She started seeing things. Her bedroom mirror fogged up in the middle of the night. Her closet door always cracked open, no matter how many times she shut it. And just once, she swore she heard whispering in the vents. Something slow. Something deliberate. A woman's voice saying, "You knocked." I answered. She never stayed in that house again. The town eventually moved on, like it always does. 2 dead kids, no cause, no suspects. Just more whispers added to the legend. 317 Campbell Street still stands, still empty. And if you go there, if you dare, you might find 3 faint knocks still echoing through the wood. But if you hear someone knock back, run. The old house sat at the edge of a pecan orchard outside of Lufkin, Texas, where the trees grew gnarled and heavy and the air smelled like mildew and dust no matter the season. It belonged to Jaden's grandparents, or it used to, before both of them died just months apart. His grandfather from a stroke and his grandmother from what the family only called loneliness and bad luck. The place had sat empty for 2 years, bones of its former self creaking in the wind, before Jaden decided it would be fun to host a weekend hangout there. Just him, Kyle, Travis, and Malik. 4 friends with too much beer, too many ghost stories, and nothing to do before classes started up again in Houston. Jaden said the place had character. Said they'd shoot pool in the garage, crash in Dusty rooms, maybe even break out the old record player in the living room. There was a second fridge in the mudroom packed with snacks, a yard big enough to lose your mind in, and no neighbors for about a mile in any direction. What he didn't mention, what none of them talked about at first, was the smell in Fele. The guest room. It was Travis who got it. They drew straws and he lost. The master bedroom was Jaden's by default. Kyle took the little den off the kitchen with the fold-out couch, and Malik happily claimed the sunroom with the windows overlooking the orchard. That left Travis with the guest room at the back of the house, the coldest one, with faded blue floral wallpaper peeling near the ceiling, a ceiling fan that wobbled when it turned, and a low twin bed with a sunken mattress and dust-frilled sheets that smelled faintly of something rotten and sweet, like an old pumpkin left out too long. Travis didn't say anything. Not at first. They were all trying to play tough, 4 guys pretending they weren't nervous about the creaking sounds, the way the house popped in the night like old joints, the occasional footsteps upstairs that had no business being there. But sometime, after 1 in the morning, long after the beer ran out and the laughter dried up, Travis started to notice something wasn't right. He was lying on the bed in the dark, phone in hand, earbuds in, listening to music and half scrolling through messages he'd already read a dozen times. He hadn't been able to fall asleep. The mattress dipped too low on one side, like someone had slept in it every night for years, and the air in the room was weirdly still. No wind, no sound. Just heavy quiet pressing in from all sides. Then he heard it. A voice. Whisper thin and scratchy. Travis. He yanked out his earbuds, heart hammering. Sat up, held his breath. Nothing. No one. He glanced at the door, still. Closed. No footsteps outside. Just silence. He lay back down, one leg over the covers, trying to convince himself it had been the music. Some weird sound in the track. Then he heard it again. Travis. Whispered. Urgent. Just under the bed. His stomach dropped like stone. He froze. Didn't move a muscle. Just stared at the ceiling as the fan squeaked and ticked, its shadow circling like a noose. The voice came again, softer. I see you. He swung his legs off the bed and stood fast. He didn't say anything, just turned on the phone's flashlight and shined it under the bed. Nothing. No dust. No boxes. No vents. Just smooth wood floor and emptiness. And yet, he knew he'd heard. It wasn't a dream. He was awake. He backed out of the room and went straight to the den where Kyle was snoring, half on and half off the couch. Travis shook him hard. What? Kyle blinked, groggy and annoyed. Dude, what? There's someone in the guest room, Travis whispered, sweat running down his neck. Under the bed. I heard my name. Kyle just stared at him. You drunk? No, I just come with me. Please. Kyle sighed but got up, grabbing a half-dead flashlight from the counter. They went together. When they opened the door to the guest room, it was cold, too cold. The kind of cold that made the hair on your arms rise before your brain even registered it. Travis pointed. Under there. Kyle knelt, aimed the beam, and looked under. Still nothing. No one's here, man. I heard it, Travis said. Twice. Kyle stood and rubbed his face. Okay. Maybe it was the pipes or something. This place is old as shit. Or maybe you dozed off and dreamed it. I didn't sleep, not even for a second. They stood in silence for a beat, and Travis glanced at the closet door. It was open just a crack. He hadn't noticed that earlier. You checked the closet? Kyle asked. No. Kyle walked over and opened it fully. It was empty. Just a few old coats, some wire hangers, and a thin line of dead moths along the floor. They left the light on in the hallway and both crashed in the den for the night. Travis didn't go back into that room the rest of the weekend. He didn't have to, because the next night Malik heard it too. He'd fallen asleep in the sunroom, windows cracked just enough to hear the wind stirring the orchard. But sometime near dawn, he sat bolt upright, drenched in sweat and choking on the feeling that someone was breathing near his ear. Not just breathing, whispering. Malik. He thought it was a dream. Closed his eyes. Rolled over. Malik. Under the bed. He didn't even have a bed, just a cot. The voice didn't care. Come down here. With me. The next morning all three of them were on edge. Jaden thought they were messing with him. Said it was the beer, or maybe someone took edibles without telling the rest. Then it came for him. The last night, Jaden was alone in the master bedroom, old family photos on the dresser watching him in the dark. He just shut off the lamp when something shifted under the bed. Not the floor, not the walls. Under the mattress. Then came the voice, faint, giddy. Jaden. He sat up so fast he nearly fell. But when he leaned down to listen, really listen, it was gone. Until at WSN single quotes T. He told himself it was just his friends getting in his head. A prank. But when he closed his eyes again, the voice didn't just whisper. It screamed. Jaden. And it laughed. The kind of laugh that curls up from the bottom of something ancient and wrong. He jumped out of bed, slammed the door, and slept. On the living room floor. They all did. And in the morning, they left. Didn't clean up. Didn't say goodbye to the house. Jaden sold the place a few months later to a couple from Dallas who wanted a quaint fixer-upper. They brought their 8-year-old son. They didn't last a week. The police report said the boy disappeared. In the night, the window was locked from the inside. No sign of struggle. The only thing out of place was the rumpled twin bed in the guest room, where the mother swore she heard him giggling just hours before. When they checked under the bed, they found small handprints smeared into the floorboards. No fingerprints. No dust. Just prints, like something had crawled backward into the dark. They never found the boy, but late some nights, when the wind shifts just right through the orchard trees, people swear they hear a whisper riding the breeze. Sometimes it says your name, and sometimes it doesn't wait for you to lie down. It started with a stupid dare in a living room that smelled like popcorn, cola, and the kind of sweat only fifth graders generate during a sleepover in South Texas. Jacob Gonzalez was the kind of kid who loved scaring his friends, especially when they were vulnerable, tucked in sleeping bags, whispering into the dark, pretending not to be afraid of the shadows shifting outside the blinds. That night, he decided to one-up his usual ghost stories with something fresh, something darker. You ever hear about the Midnight Tooth Fairy? He whispered, holding a flashlight under his chin. The beam lit his wide grin, shadowed his sunken eyes. No such thing, mumbled Kevin, his voice muffled by his pillow. Not true, Jacob insisted. She comes for teeth that aren't loose, the ones rooted deep. She don't care. She wants the ones that hurt to take. And she don't. Pay with money, she pays with screams. A few of the other boys chuckled, but there was unease in the room. The house was old. The kind of old where the walls settled with pops and sighs, and every room had a closet door that never quite shut right. Jacob's house sat on the edge of Harlingen, in a part of town where the streetlights flickered and dogs barked at nothing. Around 3 a.m., Kevin rolled over, away from Jacob. "You're an idiot." Jacob grinned wider. "Swear to God, Kev, you joke about her, you mock her, she shows up. You'll wake up with blood on your pillow and a molar missing. She leaves it somewhere nearby too, like a warning. One kid found his in a cereal box, another in his shoe. She's got this dirty little sack keeps all the teeth she yanks, no matter how much you scream. That got a few nervous laughs, and..." Then the lights went off one by one. Sleep eventually found them all, but it wasn't the peaceful kind. Kevin's dreams were thick and hot, full of tiny footsteps and wet breathing. He woke up at 3:19 a.m. The digital clock blinked red in the dark, casting just enough glow to outline the shape standing at the foot of his sleeping bag. He thought, at first, that it was Jacob playing a prank. Tall, skinny, probably with a towel over his head. But the thing didn't move. It just stood there, silent, swaying a little like it was deciding something. Kevin tried to say something. He meant to say, "Knock it off," but his mouth wouldn't open right. His jaw was locked tight, like he'd bitten down on something hard and unrelenting. His breath came fast through his nose. He couldn't move, couldn't scream. The shape moved forward, slowly, knees bent wrong. It smelled like something pulled out of a storm drain, a mix of copper, mildew, and spoiled milk. Kevin's eyes went wide as something cold and dry touched his cheek. Long fingers, impossibly long, curved under his chin, and then pain. The kind that hits deep in the bone, raw and vibrating. Kevin's mouth jerked open with a crack, and something metallic clamped down on one of his back molars. There was no hesitation. The thing yanked out his vision, went white. He tried to scream, but something was lodged in his throat, a sob, maybe, or vomit. Blood filled his mouth instantly, hot and thick. He gagged. When he came to, the room was quiet. His sleeping bag was soaked in sweat. There was a metallic taste on his tongue. He staggered to the bathroom, trembling, under the harsh white light. He opened his mouth and nearly screamed. The molar was gone, one of the big ones. A clean hole gaped at the back of his gums, and dried blood crusted the corner of his lips. There was no sign of a fight, no bruises or cuts. Just the tooth. Gone. And then he saw it, sitting right on top of the toilet tank, like it had been placed there on purpose, was a dirty little burlap sack no bigger than his fist. It pulsed slightly, like something inside was breathing. Kevin backed away, trembling, and bolted back to the living room. "Jacob," he hissed, shaking the sleeping boy. "Jacob, get up." Jacob rolled over, grunting. Kevin pulled back his lip and shined his phone light into his mouth. "Look, it's, gone. It wasn't loose. You said she was just a story. You were lying, right? Right?" Jacob's eyes widened. He went pale. "Dude, I was just messing around." Kevin didn't sleep the rest of the night. Neither did Jacob. When Kevin's mom picked him up the next morning, she noticed his pale face and swollen cheek. He told her he tripped on a soda bottle and knocked his tooth out. The dentist was puzzled. "That's a healthy molar," he said, squinting at the x-ray. "No signs of trauma to the bone. It looks like it was pulled precisely." Kevin didn't go to school that week. He didn't eat much. He stopped sleeping. And then it started happening to the others. One by one, the boys from the sleepover woke up with teeth missing, always in the middle of the night. Always clean, no swelling, no bruising, just one tooth gone. Sometimes they'd find them on their knit stands, under their beds, or even in their lunchboxes. And always without fail, they smelled that same thing like rotten copper and something wet that hadn't dried properly. Nobody talked about it. Not after Danny Salinas woke up screaming and bled out before his mom could get him to the hospital. He'd choked, not on food, not on blood, on teeth. 16 of them jam-packed into his throat like someone had stuffed them in one by one until he couldn't breathe. By then, Jacob had stopped showing up to school. When the police went to his house, they found him in his room, curled up in the corner, rocking back and forth. He'd pulled out 3 of his own teeth with pliers and was working on a 4th. "She's gonna come," he whispered to the cops, blood dribbling down his chin. "I joked about her. I laughed." The sack was there too, sitting in the corner, moving. They took Jacob away. They burned the sack. Didn't matter, because kids started going missing. Not just from Harlingen, other places, Corpus, Brownsville, even as far north as Waco. No signs of struggle. No ransom notes. Just blood on pillows. And sometimes, if you looked in the right place, in the right shadows, you could see her, bent backward, long-fingered, hair matted with old milk and blood, moving slow through hallways and bedrooms with that little sack swinging from her side. The midnight tooth fairy doesn't knock. She doesn't wait for a tooth to be loose. She waits for a joke. So don't laugh. Not tonight. It started around 11:17 p.m., just as the last thunderclap rolled off the hills east of town and the power blinked out. Not a flicker gone. Lights, TV, fridge, everything. The house fell into a thick, buzzing silence that felt almost physical, like the air itself held its breath. Brandon sat cross-legged on the carpet, holding his breath too, not because of the power outage, those happened all the time in his tiny Texas town, but because something else came with the dark this time. Something wrong. Outside, the rain had slowed to a drizzle, tapping gently at the windows. Wind moved the trees in the yard like sleepy ghosts swaying. His mom was working a night shift at the care home down on Cypress. His dad was long gone, 2 counties away with a new wife and a new life. That left Brandon alone in the old house. On Pine Ridge, save for Grandma Eleanor asleep upstairs and the dog, Max, who had slunk off to hide under the porch before the storm began. Brandon reached for the flashlight. It was a chunky yellow one he'd had since Cub Scouts, back when he still thought monsters lived in closets and grown-ups could keep you safe. The beam sliced through the dark, catching dust motes and the gloss of the hardwood floor in the hallway beyond the living room. Then he saw a dot. At first, it was just a shimmer, a shape at the edge of the beam, like heat waves above asphalt in summer. But the longer he stared, the more it grew solid. It wasn't smoke, and it wasn't shadow. It moved, slow, sliding along the hallway wall like it had no legs. It didn't lurch or stumble, it flowed. Brandon didn't scream. Not then. He just stared, frozen, as the shape drew closer but never quite entered the beam of light. The instant it neared the edge of the flashlight's circle, it stopped. Like it hit a wall. It recoiled slightly, just a twitch, then hovered, waiting. He took a shaky breath and did the only thing he could think of. He pointed the flashlight directly at it. The shape let out a sound that wasn't a scream, exactly, but something worse. Like metal scraping concrete. Like a dozen nails on a dozen chalkboards, all bending at once. It twisted and drew back into the darkness. Fast. Faster than it had come. Brandon sat alone, breathing hard, flashlight shaking in his hands. That's when the flashlight flickered. Shit, he slapped it. The beam returned, but fainter now. He opened the battery compartment and found, to his horror, 2 Duracells swelling slightly from age. He hadn't checked them in months. It was a miracle it turned on at all. He ran to the kitchen junk drawer, flashlight beam flailing like a drunken lighthouse. The batteries there were either dead or leaking. One had fused into a melted mess of plastic and powder. No chance. He tried the garage locked. The keys were upstairs. With Grandma, but Grandma didn't wake easy anymore. And Brandon didn't want to go upstairs. Not with the thing in the hall. He stood by the kitchen counter, flashlight growing dimmer, thinking. He had a backup flashlight in his room, maybe two, but they were upstairs too. The stairs that led directly through the hallway where the shape had been waiting. Something scraped above him. He aimed the light toward the ceiling. Just old house sounds, he told himself. Creaks. The wind. But something deep in his chest knew better. This wasn't the house settling. The thing was moving. Brandon stepped cautiously into the living room and shined the fading light down the hallway again. Nothing. Empty. The air smelled strange now, like burned rubber and sour milk. His skin prickled. He took one step forward, then another. The third creaked loud enough to make him wince. That's when the shape came back. This time it moved fast, skimming the walls and floor like water under pressure, stopping just short of the beam's edge. It reared up, tall now, as if trying to rise and push past the circle of light. It shimmered black and oily, faceless, its edges dissolving into the dark like smoke. When Brandon stepped back, it surged forward again, then stopped dead at the halo of dying light. It hated the flashlight. That's all he had to go on. And it was failing him. The beam dimmed again. He backed up fast, nearly tripping over the couch, and ducked behind it, curling into the tightest ball he could manage. He pointed the flashlight at the hallway and gripped it like a weapon. His hands hurt from squeezing it so hard. The light faded. Another notch dot, please, he thought. Please last a little longer. A sound came from upstairs, heavy, like a door opening. Then the slow tread of feet. Brandon didn't move. The flashlight dimmed again. The hallway was nearly black now. Only a sickly yellow glow remained, just enough to mark the edge of the light circle. The shape crept closer. Then he saw something new. A second shape at the top of the stairs. This one taller, thinner. It moved stiffly, like someone walking with broken legs. The same oily shimmer covered it. Brandon recognized it too late. It had been inside the house all along. Maybe even part of the first thing. Or maybe the light had only kept one at bay. The second one started down the stairs. Grandma. He remembered her voice the night before. There's things that live in the dark, baby. Don't ever forget that. Things that hate the light. Flashlights keep 'em back. Not forever, but long enough. Not forever. Brandon turned and sprinted for the garage. The door was locked, but he slammed the flashlight down on the handle again and again until the plastic cracked and metal bent. The light sputtered but held. Something screeched behind him, high-pitched and furious. The door gave way. He burst into the garage, tripping on an old bucket and crashing to the floor. The flashlight flew from his hand, spinning. Its beam landed on the far wall and went out. Total darkness. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was crowded. He could feel them. The things, breathing, pressing in. He scrambled to his feet and grabbed blindly at the shelves. Paint cans, nails, a rake, then salvation. A lantern. One of those old battery-powered camping lanterns with a thick rubber grip and a big rotary switch. He flicked it. Nothing. He opened the bottom. No batteries. Then he heard it scraping, slithering. Getting closer, he pawed through the boxes and bins. A Ziploc bag of old AAs. He shoved them in with shaking fingers, jammed the cover back on, twisted the switch light. The garage lit up in a blinding wash of white-blue glow. The shape that had nearly reached him screamed again, full-throated now, like a building collapsing into itself. It slammed into the wall and thrashed, trying to retreat. He held the lantern high, chasing the shadows with its glare. The shapes melted, dissolved, ran like spilled ink back toward the stairs. He didn't wait. Brandon bolted outside, across the backyard, barefoot on wet grass, heart in his throat. He didn't stop until he reached the neighbor's porch, banging on the door like a madman. They let him in. Called the sheriff. When they returned to the house the next morning, the power was back. Everything normal, except for the black stains on the stairs. And Grandma Eleanor, still asleep in her bed, her eyes wide open and empty, as if she'd seen something right before the light went out. Brandon never set foot in that house again, and from that day forward, he never, ever let his flashlight batteries run low. It started with a dare, like most bad ideas do. The old farmhouse on the outskirts of Bastrop, Texas, had been rotting into the ground for at least 40 years, surrounded by gnarled pine trees and scorched earth that still bore the smell of the Bastrop Complex fire from 2011. Some said the house had survived the flames out of pure spite. Others said it didn't burn because it was never meant to go out like that. We were just bored kids looking for something to do on a sticky summer night. I remember the sweat sticking my shirt to my back as we biked down the county road, flashlights duct taped to the handlebars. It was me, Josh, Kenny, and that weird little kid from the trailer park named Eli. Nobody really liked Eli, but he was the only one who knew how to get to the farmhouse without crossing the no trespassing signs that had bullet holes in them. Eli was twitchy, nervous, always glancing over his shoulder like something was following him. That night, just as we reached the gate that hung off its hinges like a broken jaw, he stopped and held up a shaky hand. "Before we go in," he said, voice barely a whisper, "there's something I gotta tell y'all." We rolled our eyes. Josh smirked. "What? You scared of a couple of old floorboards and raccoons?" But Eli didn't laugh. He looked serious, like dead serious. "I ain't joking. My cousin Mark went in here last summer with his buddies. They dared him to spend the night upstairs. They heard knocks on the walls. One knock, then two, then three," I said, grinning. Eli nodded. "Yeah, three. And that's when he started screaming. Said something came through the wall. Not from outside, from in the wall. Tore his arm up real bad. He don't talk anymore. Just sits on the porch, rocking back and forth like his bones hurt." Kenny gave a snort. "Bullshit." Eli stepped closer. I could smell his sweat and something sour beneath it, maybe fear. "Listen to me. If you hear knocks on the wall, 1, 2, 3. Don't answer the third one. Don't look. Don't speak. Just pretend you didn't hear nothing." Josh clapped him on the back. Yeah, whatever, man. Let's go summon Satan." The sun had gone down and the sky turned that deep ink blue that makes every tree look like it's leaning toward you. We left our bikes at the edge of the dead lawn and pushed through weeds up to our knees. The screen door was hanging by a thread, and the wooden steps groaned under our weight as we filed inside. The smell hit first old mold, urine, rot. The kind of smell that clings to your hair and skin long after you've left. The floor was soft in places, the ceiling bowed, wallpaper peeling like old scabs. It was the perfect kind of awful. We explored for a while, poking into the crumbling kitchen, the half-collapsed bathroom, the busted china cabinet that still held a single dusty porcelain doll with a cracked face. Every time someone laughed too, loud or stepped too hard, dust would rain down like the house was sighing. Then we found the stairs. They led to a narrow second floor that ran across the length of the house. There were 3 doors, all shut. Eli hung back, arms crossed tight, against his chest. "It happened in the middle room," he said. "So, of course." Josh opened that one. The room was empty, except for a bare mattress stained dark with old moisture and a wooden rocking chair that faced the wall. No windows. No closet. Just a wall. with water stains that looked like faces if you squinted. "This is where Mark flipped out?" Kenny said. "Lame?" Josh tossed his backpack on the mattress and dropped down next to it. "Well, I'm spending the night. Who's got the balls to stay with me?" Nobody answered at first, but you know how kids are. We couldn't let him one-up us. Eventually, all four of us were in that room. Flashlights set up on the floor. A couple sodas, some beef jerky. We tried to make it feel normal. Kenny told a fart joke. Josh lit a cigarette and blew smoke rings. I laughed louder than I felt. Eli just sat near the corner, watching the wall. Always watching the wall. Time dragged. Midnight passed. Then 1 o'clock. Then 2 o'clock. We started dozing off, one by one, heads bobbing, breaths slowing. The flashlight beams dimmed as batteries wore down. That's when the first knock came. Knock. It wasn't loud. It was slow, deliberate, like someone testing the wall with their knuckles. We all sat up, wide awake in an instant. "Shit," Kenny muttered. "Did you hear that?" Josh grinned. Creepy timing. Eli's face went pale. "That's one," he whispered. "Don't say nothin'. Don't even breathe heavy." Knock. The second one came harder. Closer to the floor, like whatever it was had knelt down. Josh chuckled, but it was nervous now. "Okay, who's screwing around?" "Nobody," I said. "I swear." Eli was rocking slightly, his eyes fixed on the wall. "Don't answer the third. Don't acknowledge it. Pretend we ain't here." Knock. The third knock didn't sound like a fist. It sounded like something wet slapping the wood. Like a hand with no skin. Something dragged across the other side of the wall after it knocked slow. Sticky, a sound that made my stomach turn. Josh stood up. "All right, joke's over. Who's behind the damn wall?" "There ain't no behind it," Eli hissed. "It's the outside wall." He was right. That side of the room faced the drop-off over the hill. No porch, no ground, just a sheer 2-story fall. Josh moved toward the wall. "Don't," Eli said, voice cracking. "You open yourself to it when you answer the third." Josh raised his hand like he was going to knock back. No, Eli begged, crawling forward, grabbing at Josh's leg. "Please, I'm serious, don't." Josh knocked. 3 times. Knock. Knock. Silence followed. A silence so deep it rang in my ears. I could hear the blood thudding in my neck. Josh turned and shrugged. "See? Nothing." Then the wall. Caved inward, not like it collapsed. It peeled, like skin splitting open from too much pressure. Something pushed out long, pale, and boneless, like a centipede made of arms, hands. Too many hands, all fused together, sliding through the cracked plaster with fingernails clicking like teeth. Josh screamed. He tried to run, but the thing caught him by the ankle. His body slammed to the floor. The hands began pulling him slow, but certain. Like it had done this before, we grabbed him, all 3 of us. Screaming, yanking, but those arms were stronger. They wanted him. Wanted him more than anything I've ever seen. His fingernails gouged trails in the floor. His shoe flew off. His voice broke as he screamed, "Don't let it take me, don't." And then he was gone. The wall sealed shut. No crack. No hole. Just stained plaster and watermarks. We ran. God help me, we ran. Eli led the way, his feet barely touching the floor. We didn't stop to grab the flashlights or bags or even Kenny, who tripped and pissed himself on the stairs. We got out. We never found Josh. Police said he probably fell through a rotten floorboard and into the crawl space, but they didn't explain how the wall was solid, how there was no crawl space on that side of the house, no trace of blood. No handprints. Eli moved away 2 weeks later. I never saw him again. Kenny won't talk about it. Won't even let his kids knock on the table during dinner. Me. I've learned to live with it. Except some nights late, When the world goes quiet, I hear it again. In the walls of my apartment. Knock. I hold my breath. Knock. I turn the volume on the TV up. Then comes the third one, and I never, ever answer. It started with the kind of ordinary sleepover that makes no headlines. Just 3 kids huddled in a darkened living room in a cookie-cutter suburb outside of Lubbock. It was hot even after midnight, the kind of West Texas heat that clung to your skin no matter how high the AC blew. Dust clung to the windows like a film, turning the porch light a sickly shade of orange. Inside, they'd pushed the couches to the walls and laid sleeping bags on the carpet, wrappers from Little Debbie. Snack cakes scattered like confetti. Horror movies muted on the screen, Mountain Dew cans sweating in their hands, and an old webcam hooked to a laptop pointing at them from the coffee table. Bryce had brought it. A grainy Logitech thing that looked older than the house. "It has this face filter thing," he said. "Like Snapchat, but cursed." They laughed. That word cursed meant nothing to 13-year-olds, not really. It was just edgy flavoring, like skull stickers or fake blood capsules. Owen clicked open the recording software. The webcam blinked once. "Okay," he grinned. "We're Lev." The screen showed all 3 of them, slightly distorted from the wide-angle lens. Bryce in his graphic tee, chubby and red-faced from too much soda. Owen, lanky with a mop of unwashed hair, and Jamal, the quietest of them, sitting slightly behind, always half out of frame, like he didn't want to be there in the first place. Started doing dumb things, mock interviews, ghost stories, fake screams. When the laughter died down, Bryce said, "Let's play filter roulette." He wiggled his fingers dramatically. Legend says if you use the face blend filter, at exactly midnight, it shows someone who's not really there. Jamal shifted. "Where'd you hear that?" "Reddit," Bryce said. "And my cousin said he tried it once and the guy it showed. He saw him in real life, like 2 weeks later, standing outside his house." "You're full of it," Owen sighed. But he clicked to the filter tab anyway. The software glitched once, like static had crawled over the screen, and then the filter loaded. The boys leaned in, their faces warped, Bryce's and Owen's features blending like melting wax. The screen stuttered again, a loud pop in the speakers like someone blowing directly into a microphone. Then came the face. None of theirs. Just a kid. Pale skin, short black hair, hollow eyes that looked too wide, and a mouth that didn't move even. As the face flickered, like someone had pasted it on badly over a real video. Bryce leaned back. "Wait, who's that?" "Dude, is that one of us?" No, I don't know that kid." The face stared at them. No expression. Just quiet, pixelated staring. The grain on the screen thickened like old VHS snow, and then the mouth stretched open. Wider than it should have. Way wider. The edges of the screen warped, like the camera couldn't handle what it was showing. There was no scream, no sound at all. The face just glitched, like it skipped frames, jumped forward, warped and bent into itself. And then the camera shut off. The laptop screen went black. Jamal stood up. "Hell no," he said. "I'm not staying here." "Dude," Owen said, heart hammering. "That wasn't funny." If that was a trick. But Bryce was pale. "I didn't do anything. I swear. That's not even a filter I've seen before." They argued until nearly 2 a.m., but eventually exhaustion won. They left the laptop off, rolled into their sleeping bags, and tried to sleep under the blue glow of a fish tank nightlight. At 2:47 a.m., the webcam light turned on by itself. No one noticed. Not until the playback the next day. It was Bryce who reloaded the software out of morbid curiosity. The recording was there, time-stamped. The boys were sleeping, snoring, shifting, but in the background, near the kitchen entrance, was movement. At first, it looked like static, like the digital noise had broken off the video and crawled into the footage. But as they watched, shapes began to form. A boy. Same face, same black eyes, same blank expression. Only now it wasn't filtered. Now he was in the room, shimmering like a broken television feed. He didn't walk. He didn't float. He just shifted, frame by frame, across the screen. At one point, he passed behind Owen's sleeping body and stopped, right at Bryce's feet. The camera caught it, a moment where Bryce stirred, mumbling in his sleep, and the boy's face literally bent toward his. Then the footage skipped. Again, the static-faced boy was gone. Bryce slammed the laptop shut. No one wanted to talk about it. Not really. But kids are dumb, and fear turns to jokes if you don't let it settle. They blamed it on heat stroke, an old camera, maybe a prank by someone in the neighborhood, until the following weekend, when Owen texted them both in all caps, "He's in my backyard." The picture came seconds later. It was dark, barely lit by the porch light, but the shape was there. A kid, standing just beyond the fence, his face blurred like someone had taken sandpaper to it in Photoshop. Then Jamal stopped answering their texts. Then, Owen's mom called Bryce's mom in tears. Owen was gone. His window was broken, but no signs of struggle. Just his empty bed, the sheets undisturbed. The only clue was on his phone, an image in his camera roll, time-stamped at 3:16 a.m. of the webcam recording screen showing all three of them sleeping, with the static-faced boy crouched right in the center. Bryce didn't sleep that night. He didn't sleep the next either. And when he finally did, sedated by a bottle of cough syrup and his mother's old Ambien prescription, he dreamed of the boy's face again. Not quite human, not quite digital. Just wrong. A face that twitched every few seconds like it was caught in a bad signal, and a voice that didn't match its mouth movements, whispering a name, his name, over and over. Bryce woke up screaming. The laptop was on again. The webcam light was glowing. And the screen showed a single image. Bryce, lying in bed, and just behind him, a boy, pixelated, wrong, and smiling. The next morning, Bryce was gone. No forced entry. No sign of a struggle. Only his laptop left behind, open and humming, the webcam light blinking. When the footage was recovered, the police couldn't explain it. The last few seconds showed Bryce looking into the camera, eyes wide, whispering something inaudible before his face glitched. Just like the boys, it shimmered and warped, tearing across the pixels until it was no longer Bryce at all. It was him, the static-faced boy. Smiling. And the recording kept going. Still does. Looping endlessly. Waiting. It was one of those late summer Texas nights where the air hung heavy, humid with the scent of grass and spilled beer. The kind of night where the mosquitoes came out early and stuck around late, and the high school kids in Harrow Creek couldn't be bothered to go home before sunrise. The party was at Trevor Lott's place, way out past the stockyards, just a sagging ranch house set back in a field of dying grass and rusted farm equipment. His folks were off in Waco for the weekend, and by 9:30, half the senior class had already shown up with coolers, weed, and Bluetooth speakers screeching country rap. No one knew who invited the girl in the pale yellow dress. She just appeared. Sometime after midnight, when most people were already halfway drunk or laid out in the back of someone's truck staring at the stars. She was skinny as a switch, with long black hair that looked too neat for the weather and wide green eyes that didn't seem to blink enough. She walked barefoot across the patchy yard and right up to the back porch where a circle of kids were, playing Never Have I Ever with Fireball in red solo cups. Trevor noticed her first, stumbling a little as he got to his feet and pointed at her with a sloppy grin. "Hey, I don't think we've met." You from down by Cutler? She tilted her head and gave a small smile. No, not really from anywhere anymore. Everyone laughed, thinking she was being cute or cryptic, and scooted over to make room. She didn't say much, just sat there, hands folded in her lap like she was in church, only answering when someone asked her a direct question. "What's your name?" asked Misty Trent, who was already getting suspicious of how still the girl sat. The girl blinked. Abby. Abby what? There was a long pause, and then, I don't remember. That set off another round of drunken laughter. Nobody cared. Much. People lied about names at these parties all the time. Someone passed her a cup and she sipped it politely, though she never swallowed. They played a few rounds. Nothing strange. Nothing too weird. The usual stuff. Never have I ever skinny. Dipped in Palmer Creek. Never have I ever kissed someone at church. Never have I ever snuck into the McClellan house since the fire. That last one drew a few gasps. The McClellan house was a sore topic. Everyone remembered when it burned down. 3 years ago. Whole family gone in one night. The official story was faulty wiring. But people in Harrow Creek loved a ghost story, and rumors about the place never died. When it was Abby's turn, she looked around the circle and said, in her soft, even voice, "Never have I ever been alive." It killed the mood instantly. Everyone went quiet. Some laughed, nervously. A couple of people glanced at each other like maybe they'd misheard. Misty made a face. "The hell does that mean?" Abby smiled, and it was the first time she looked truly strange. Her teeth were too white, too straight. Her lips barely moved when she talked. "It means I'm not alive. I died 3 weeks ago. They buried me 2 towns over, closed casket." Trevor, who thought she was playing some kind of messed up game, let out a low chuckle. "You're nuts." But the girl just stood up slowly, brushed off her dress like she was about to leave church, and said, "You'll believe me soon enough." Then she walked away, no shoes, no phone, nothing in her hands, and disappeared into the field. They looked for her. A few of the guys thought she might have wandered off drunk, maybe passed out in the grass. Misty swore she saw her walk straight through a barbed wire fence without flinching. But the girl was gone. The party died right after that. Kids started packing up, making excuses, peeling off in pickups and jeeps. Trevor tried to act like it was nothing, but his hand shook when he lit a cigarette. Misty didn't even wait to say goodbye. Nobody said anything about it for 2 days. Then on Monday, Trevor didn't show up for school. He didn't show up Tuesday either. By Wednesday morning, people started whispering. And by Thursday, the cops were parked in his driveway. They found Trevor in the barn behind his house, hanging. No note, just one of his mom's kitchen knives stuck in the beam above him, carved into the wood with shaky hands. I believe her now. That was just the beginning. Misty was next. She saw Abby again in her rearview mirror while driving home from church. Just a flash of yellow standing by the cemetery fence. She screamed so loud she drove off the road into a ditch. She didn't die, not then. But a week later, she was found drowned in her own bathtub, water still running. Her mother said she hated baths. Hadn't taken one in years. Then came Dylan Mercer. Then Haley Tuck. Each one had been at the party. Each one mentioned the girl before they died. Every one of them in some unnatural, twisted way. One stepped into traffic wearing nothing but his boxers. One was found in the McClellan ruins, eyes scratched out as if he'd done it himself. That's when people started talking again. Really talking. The sheriff's office did a sweep, looked into who this Abby girl might have been. They interviewed everyone who was at the party. Same story every time. No one had invited her. No one knew her last name. No social media. No local school record. Just a weird girl in a yellow dress who said she was dead. Then Sheriff Deal found something. 2 towns over, in a little cemetery. In Bellevue, there was a fresh grave. Abigail Lynn Carter, 17, died in a house fire. 3 weeks before the party, closed casket. No surviving family. The address listed on her obituary? The McClellan house in Harrow Creek, same house that burned 3 years ago. Same house everyone swore was empty since the fire. That's when folks in town really started losing their minds, because that would have made her dead. For 3 years, not 3 weeks, but her obituary was real. Her name was on the stone. The date was fresh. Even the funeral home confirmed it. She had been buried, and yet she had been at that party. Seen, spoken to, and now she was picking them off one by one. Some say it was grief that twisted her spirit. Some say it wasn't her at all, just something wearing her face. A shadow that grew out of the ashes. A curse left behind by whatever happened in that house. Whatever it was smart, patient, and it liked to be seen. The last person to survive that night was Tyler Griggs. He moved to Houston 3 weeks after the last funeral. Dropped out of school. Changed his number. Never looked back, but sometimes when he's drunk enough, he tells people the truth. Says she visited him once, middle of the night. He woke up with her sitting at the foot of his bed. Same pale dress, same green eyes. He couldn't move. She leaned down close, cold breath on his cheek, and whispered, "There's only one left, you. I just want you to know I'm not angry. I'm just lonely." Then she vanished. Tyler moved again after that. Keeps moving. Changes names. Lives out of his car most nights. He says he's not afraid of dying. He's afraid of her waiting for him when he does. It was a humid night in a nowhere town just outside Denton, Texas, one of those spring evenings that hung heavy in the air, thick with the smell of wet grass, rusted metal, and the ozone crackle of a storm that wasn't ready to fall yet. The kind of night where nothing good ever happened, but you couldn't say why until it was too damn late. They'd been planning it for weeks, just a bunch of high school seniors looking to blow off steam before graduation. Taylor Marsh had turned 18 that Thursday, and instead of the usual lame cookout or awkward dinner with parents, she wanted something different, something twisted. So she came up with the birthday balloon game. The rules were simple. 20 balloons, 19 dares, 1 blank. Each person took turns popping a balloon. Whatever dare was written inside, you had to do it. No whining, no backing out. That was the only rule. Taylor said she'd write them all herself, said she wanted to make sure it was fun. The party was held in an old barn behind Caleb Ferguson's house. His parents were out of town for the weekend, and the barn hadn't housed anything but spiderwebs and forgotten tools since his grandpa passed. It was perfect in that abandoned, creepy kind of way, loose boards, stained concrete, the dusty smell of time gone stale. They strung up fairy lights on the rafters and set out folding chairs in a wide circle. In the center sat a dented metal tub full of balloons. Red ones, all red. Glossy like fresh blood under the dim yellow lights. There were 11 of them. Taylor, of course, with her dyed black hair and torn fishnet shirt, always trying to act like the queen of creepy. Caleb, who laughed too loud at his own jokes. Mandy and Bree, inseparable best friends with mean streaks. Jason, quiet and broad-shouldered, who had a thing for Taylor. Emily, soft-spoken, always clutching her phone like a lifeline. And the rest: Nate, Jen, Travis, Luke, and Kaisha, each one ready to drink, dare, and forget their small-town boredom for a night. The first few dares were harmless. Stupid stuff. Text your crush something embarrassing. Take a shot of pickle juice and Tabasco. Kiss the person to your left. Laughter echoed through the barn, and even the creaks of the wind-battered walls started to sound like Part of the game. Then came the weird ones. Jason popped his balloon. Dig a hole outside, big enough to lie in. They laughed. Made a show of it. Gave him a plastic shovel from a Halloween decoration and dared him to dig in the backyard dirt. Under the moonlight, Jason shrugged and went out. They watched through the barn doors as he chipped at the soil like it was a joke. But when he came back 20 minutes later, covered in sweat and grime, his face was pale. He wouldn't talk about it. Just said, "There was something in the ground," and cracked open a beer with shaking fingers. Kaisha's dare told her to play dead for 5 full minutes. So she laid on the concrete, stiff and still, eyes wide open. No blinking. When the 5 minutes passed and they called her name, she didn't move. For a moment too long, everyone went quiet. Just long enough to start wondering. Then she gasped and sat up laughing, but her laughter was off. Hollow, like it didn't belong to her. They kept going. Mandy had to lick the floor. Bree was told to whisper a secret she'd never told anyone. Her voice shook when she said she'd seen her dead sister in the mirror once, 3 years after the accident. Everyone stared at her like she'd just slipped into another world. By the time Emily reached for her balloon, there were only 5 left. She popped it. Blood sprayed. A shriek broke from her throat, sharp and primal. The balloon had burst like a cyst, spraying dark red droplets across her hand, her chest, her face. Everyone froze. Inside the latex husk was a crumpled slip of paper. Soaked and sticking to the side of the metal tub, Caleb picked it up. His face went gray. He didn't say anything. "Read it," Taylor snapped. "What's the dare?" He didn't move. So Jason snatched it from him. "And read. You're next." That's all it said. The barn was dead silent except for the slow creak of the rafters shifting in the wind. Something about those words made it feel like the game had changed. Like maybe it wasn't a game anymore. Emily started crying. Not loud, just soft, like she was trying not to be noticed. No one touched her. No one said a thing. Everyone just stood there. The laughter drained out of their faces, staring at the tub like it had grown teeth. "Did you put that one in?" Nate asked Taylor, voice tight. She shook her head. "No, I swear, I didn't. I mean, maybe I forgot. I wrote them all down, but..." Jason grabbed her wrist. "This isn't funny." Taylor yanked away. "It's not a joke." The lights flickered, not in the dramatic horror movie kind of way, but enough to make everyone glance up. The wind outside had picked up. A moaning howl pressed through the cracks in the barn walls like something clawing to get in. They wanted to stop the game. No one said it, but it was clear. The tension was thick, like the air before a lightning strike. Then Caleb, trying to be brave, said, "It's just some sick prank. Someone messed with one of the balloons, that's all. We finished the game, we'll laugh about it tomorrow." He popped the next balloon. There was no dare inside. Just another blood-soaked note. "Your NEXT." That's when the lights went out. Total darkness swallowed them, thick and complete. Someone screamed. Something crashed. The sound of feet scrambling, someone knocking over the chairs. Then a wet sound like something dragging across the floor. A whimper. Silence. The lights buzzed back on. Emily was gone. The others stood frozen. Eyes wide, skin pale. Her phone was lying on the floor next to the tub. Still unlocked. Still recording video. Jason picked it up, trembling. He played the last video she'd taken, just a minute before the balloon popped. It showed Emily holding the camera, giggling, talking to Kaisha. Then, in the corner of the frame, behind the others, something moved. Tall, crooked shape, like a man but wrong. Its face was blurred, its arms too long. It stepped out of the shadows just behind the balloon tub, and then the screen went black. The barn doors were still closed. No footprints. No sign she'd run. Out. They searched, screaming her name, pounding on the walls, kicking open tool sheds and haylofts. Nothing. No blood. No trail. Just vanished. They didn't finish the game. Everyone left in a panic, shoving into cars, calling parents, driving too. Fast that night, they told the cops, told their families. The story was dismissed as drugs, hysteria, teenage drama. Emily's disappearance got some airtime. Her face went up on flyers. But no one was charged. No one ever found. But here's the thing. Every single person who popped a balloon that night got one of those notes eventually. Mandy found hers under her pillow a week later, written in blood on the back of a receipt. Caleb showed up in his locker, curled around a dead mouse. Jason saw his tape to the inside of his windshield at 2 a.m. One by one, they vanished. No noise. No witnesses. No struggle. Just gone. Only Taylor's left now. She doesn't sleep anymore. Doesn't eat much either. Her hands shake. Her eyes are always scanning, like she can feel something watching her. She never throws parties now. She doesn't even go to school. She found a balloon in her bedroom. Yesterday. Red. Glossy. Tied with black string. She hasn't touched it. She won't, because she already knows what's inside. It started with the smallest sound. A whisper that didn't belong to the voice of a sleeping child, but to something far older and far colder. Something that breathed in between the syllables of dreams. They were camping in East Texas at a ragged little clearing near Lake Tawakoni. Nothing official, just 5 high school kids from Terrell, a couple of borrowed tents, too much Mountain Dew, and a pack of horror movies downloaded on a tablet. Boys with dirty fingernails and too much bravado. Too young to know fear properly, but old enough to want to test its edges. It was Kyle who started the weirdness. He was the youngest of the group, skinny, jittery, eyes too big for his face. The kind of kid who still triple-checked his closet at night. But tonight, he'd been loud and goofy, showing off in front of the others. That's what made it so. Damn unsettling when he went silent. It happened sometime after midnight. The fire had dwindled, just an orange smolder. The tablet was dead. The rest of them were half snoozing in their sleeping bags, lulled by the lullaby of crickets and the occasional drunken splash from the lake. Then came the whisper. At first, no one noticed. Just a faint, dry murmur, like paper being crumpled in someone's throat. But it kept going. Long after the other boys had shifted and settled into deeper sleep, the whisper kept threading its way through the dark. Mark was the first to sit up. "Kyle?" he whispered. He turned toward the other tent. The whisper came again, clearer. Now almost rhythmic. "Kyle, man, what are you doing?" No response. Mark unzipped his sleeping bag and stood. The air was thick and wet, and the silence in the trees felt too heavy, like the branches were holding their breath. He stepped toward the tent, unzipped the flap, and leaned in. Kyle was on his back, mouth slightly open, lips twitching. And whispering. Not words exactly. Not English. Not anything Mark had ever heard. It had a sucking quality, like something being pulled through wet leaves. But it was coming from Kyle's throat. "Guys," Mark hissed, his voice trembling. "Guys, wake up." They stumbled over, groggy and annoyed. But when they heard the whisper, annoyance drained off them like rain. The thing in Kyle's voice wasn't human. It sounded hungry, rhythmic, repetitive, like a chant. Brian bent closer. "Is he talking in his sleep?" "No one talks like that," said Jared. "Sounds like Latin or something." "But wet." That's when it happened. Kyle's mouth opened wider. Far too wide. His jaw didn't just drop, it cracked. A sound like twigs breaking underfoot. His lips peeled back and his mouth gaped, black as a hole. And inside something moved. It wasn't a tongue. It was too long. Too pale, slick, it pulsed. And then it exhaled, not Kyle. It. A foul, moist breath gusted out, and the boys staggered back, gagging. It smelled like moldy water trapped in a closed-up coffin. Like something dead trying to breathe through borrowed lungs. What the fuck is that? Brian yelled. Mark stumbled to the side and hurled. The thing slithered in Kyle's throat, just for a second, pale and worm-like. Then it retreated. His mouth shut fast, teeth clicking shut so loud it echoed. Kyle's eyes stayed shut. His chest rose and fell normally. He didn't move. What the hell do we do? Jared asked. Wake him up? No, Mark snapped. No. What if that thing comes out? Silence. None of them had ever been truly afraid before. Not like this. This wasn't ghost stories. This wasn't shadow puppets around the fire. This was real. That night, no one slept. They sat up with a flashlight trained on Kyle's tent. The whispers stopped sometime around 3 a.m., but none of them dared check again. Morning finally came. Weak and gray, the sun hiding behind a thick wall of clouds. Kyle yawned and stretched and walked out of his tent, rubbing his eyes. Mornin', he mumbled, like nothing had happened. Why you look like you seen a ghost? They stared. At him, he looked fine. He sounded normal. Do you remember anything? Mark asked cautiously. Like what? Kyle laughed. I passed out, man. Slept like a baby. Mark stepped forward. Open your mouth. Kyle blinked. What? Open your goddamn mouth. Kyle frowned. Dude, what the hell? Just do it. Kyle rolled his eyes and sighed, then opened wide. Nothing. No movement. No worm, no stink of rot. Just a teenage boy's mouth, slightly yellowed teeth, pink tongue, normal throat. You guys are seriously messed up, Kyle muttered, grabbing a granola bar from his pack. The others didn't speak much on the way home. They dropped Kyle off last. As he stepped out of the car, he looked back at them and grinned a little too wide. Later, he said. Let's do it again next weekend. The door slammed shut, but they didn't do it again. None of them wanted to. None of them could even look each other in the eye afterward. They didn't talk about it. Not for years, but Mark never forgot, especially not after the death started. Brian drowned in his own bathtub 6 months later. No water damage to the bathroom, no sign of a struggle. His mouth had been open when his mother found him. Lips stretched. In a silent scream. Jaw dislocated. Jared vanished during a night hike in Arkansas 2 years after that. They found his tent, his boots, his watch. But not him. Only thing left behind was a trail of slime-covered footprints leading away from the campsite and a set of drag marks. As if something had slithered away into the brush, Mark tried not to think about Kyle. Tried to convince himself it had been a dream. A shared delusion. But then, one night, he got a call. Unknown number. When he answered, he heard it. That whisper. Wet and old and hungry. He dropped the phone, but it didn't stop. The sound was coming from inside his apartment. He turned, looked toward the hallway. Bedroom door creaked open, and Kyle was there. Eyes empty, mouth opening, wider, and from deep inside his throat, something breathed. It started with a dare most stupid things do. Cameron, the loudest of the four, had spent the better part of the week hyping it up. The sleep paralysis party. Sounded like a gimmick. Just another excuse for high school seniors to stay. Up all night in someone's living room, swap ghost stories, and maybe sneak a few drinks if someone's older brother came through. Except they weren't just talking about scary stories. They were trying to trigger something real. We all go to sleep in the same room. Same time. Lights off. No phones, no sound, no interruptions. If one of us wakes up with sleep paralysis, we all do. It's the witching hour thing. Like syncing up dreams or some crap. He said it like it was science. He had read about it on Reddit, which for Cameron was basically a PhD. So Friday night, they gathered in Jace's basement. It was the perfect place for weirdness. Jace's dad had been in the army and treated the basement like a fallout shelter. Cement walls, no windows, heavy door with a deadbolt. The place always smelled faintly of metal and mildew, like it was holding its breath. Cameron, Jace, Lexi, and Ray. They laid out sleeping bags in a rough circle. No music. No snacks. Just a weird, quiet tension that built as the night crept toward 3 a.m. Ray was the first to drift off. Then Lexi. Jace fought it the hardest. He always did. He didn't trust sleep. Too many nightmares. He finally faded sometime around 2:40, staring at the red digits on his old Casio alarm clock. And then 3:07 a.m. They all woke up. Not in the way you sit up and stretch. Confused and groggy. No, this was jolting awake into a silent, suffocating panic. And none of them could move. Jace's eyes were the only part of him that worked. He tried to scream, but his throat was frozen. His arms felt nailed to the floor, legs useless. The only sound was a low hum, like an engine deep underground. He looked left. Lexi was staring at him, wide-eyed, pupils dilated. Her lips twitched, barely, but her body was stone still. Cameron and Ray were both paralyzed too, eyes darting around, mouths open in stiff, breathless horror. Then came the sound. A wet clicking, like something dragging its knuckles across the concrete above them. It came from the ceiling. Jace didn't want to look up, but he had no choice. The thing was crawling along the ceiling like a spider, except it was human. Or had been once. A woman, maybe. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in wrong directions. Black hair hung straight down like wires, brushing the cement floor as she skittered. Her back was arched so far it cracked audibly with every movement. Her eyes, huge and shining in the dark, scanned each of them slowly. She knew they were awake. Got the room filled with the thick sound of something breathing, not from the ceiling, but from behind their teeth, like it was inside them. Jace tried again to move, even a finger. Nothing. Sweat rolled into his eyes, burning them, but he couldn't even blink it away. The woman dropped from the ceiling. She didn't fall. She descended, like a puppet on strings, legs folded behind her like broken scissors. Her feet hovered an inch off the ground. She floated over Ray first. The second her shadow passed over him, his body shook violently just once and then froze again. She moved on to Lexi. Her fingers unfolded at 8 of them, long and sharp, and touched Lexi's forehead. Lexi let out a guttural, choked groan. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Her eyes rolled back into her skull as if she was seeing something no one else could. When the woman lifted her hand, Lexi's mouth opened in a silent scream, and blood trickled from her nose. Jace wanted to die. Wanted to vanish, burst into flames, anything. He couldn't stop it. Couldn't help her. All he could do was lie there, bones full of cement and heart full of lead. Cameron was next. He always talked the biggest game, but now he looked like a trapped animal, eyes wild, foam gathering at the corners of his mouth. The woman leaned close to him. Her mouth opened, revealing hundreds of tiny, wriggling black worms where her tongue should be, and she breathed into his face. Cameron's body seized. A sharp pop filled the room as something in his chest cracked, like a rib snapping from the inside out. He convulsed once, twice, then went still. His eyes remained open, staring past her, past the ceiling, into nothing. The woman turned toward Jace. His heartbeat exploded, 1,000 drums pounding behind his ribs. She hovered inches from his face now, her hair brushing his lips. Her eyes were endless. There were things moving inside them. Faces. Screaming. Ancient faces. as if her gaze was a tunnel to a place no human should ever see. Her hands touched his temples, and suddenly he could hear her. Not with ears, inside his head. "You asked for me." Her voice was dry leaves rustling over an open grave. "You let me in." The invitation was your fear, your hunger for proof. "So I came." Jace's brain screamed inside its cage of bone. Sleep is where you die again and again. Awake, you suffer. I bring both. And then dash blackness. He awoke with a scream that tore his throat raw. The room was full of morning light. The basement was quiet. Too quiet. Ray was lying still, eyes glassy, blood from his ears. Lexi was breathing, but shallow. She twitched every few seconds like something was shocking her nerves. Cameron wasn't breathing at all. Jace sat up. His arms moved. His legs moved. But nothing felt real. The clock read 7:04 a.m. Police came. Paramedics. Reports were filed. A doctor said Ray died from a seizure. Cameron had undiagnosed cardiac problems. Lexi was hospitalized with a suspected psychotic episode. No one believed Jace's story. They told him it was stress, sleep deprivation, guilt, trauma. But Jace never slept again. Not truly, because every time he closed his eyes, every time he saw 307 glowing red behind his eyelids, and he felt her, waiting on the ceiling just above his head. Still crawling. Still watching. Still hungry. They arrived at the old farmhouse just before sunset, their bikes caked in dust and sweat-soaked shirts clinging to their backs. Jason had begged his mom to let him and two of his friends, Mark and Tyler, spend the weekend at his grandparents' place out in the country. No Wi-Fi, no neighbors, just open fields and creepy trees, he joked. She agreed, thinking it would be good for them to unplug. The farmhouse stood at the end of a long dirt road, swallowed by waist-high grass and framed by gnarled oaks that looked like they'd seen wars come and go. The screen door creaked open, on its own when they approached, but Jason's grandma insisted that was just the wind. Even though the air was dead still. Was Tyler's idea to dig. He was the kind of kid who liked stirring up trouble, lighting matches when no one was watching, pocketing sharp things from his dad's shed. After dark, while the house groaned with old pipes and ghost wind, Tyler whispered it. "Let's dig a grave." Jason flinched. "What?" "Not a real one, just, like they do in horror movies. We'll make it shallow. Pretend." Mark, always the quiet follower, just shrugged. Jason tried to laugh it off. "There's an old shovel in the barn. Just don't hit the septic line." So around midnight, with flashlights and Jason's grandpa's rusted shovel, they stumbled into the backyard. The moonlight made everything silver, and the wind started to pick up for the first time all day. Tyler chose a spot near the back fence, where the grass grew in odd patches and the soil looked darker, almost damp. Jason watched, half interested, half anxious, as Tyler stabbed the shovel into the dirt. He dug with a feverish kind of energy, like he knew something was down there and couldn't wait to see it. It wasn't long before the shovel made a thud that didn't sound like rock or root. Tyler froze. "Dude," Mark leaned in. "Hit something?" Tyler knelt and brushed aside the loose dirt with his hands. The flashlight beam flickered as Jason stepped closer. His stomach knotted. Something pale and cloth-wrapped was sticking out of the ground. The cloth was filthy and wet, but they could make out faded cartoon characters, a dinosaur, a rocket ship, a smiling moon. Kids' pajamas. Jason felt something cold run down his spine. Maybe it's trash, like old laundry or something. Tyler laughed nervously. "In a hole? Buried like that?" He reached for it. Jason grabbed his wrist. "Don't." But it was already too late. Tyler yanked the bundle, and it came free with a sickening, sticky sound. Dirt clung to the fabric. Something soft and squishy sagged inside. They didn't say anything, just stared. Then Tyler peeled the edge of the pajama top open. Mark screamed first. A muffled, wheezing kind of scream that he swallowed halfway. Inside was a small, withered body. Shrunken, gray, almost mummified, but clearly a child. Its face was turned toward them, mouth open in a silent scream. Eyes gone, but the sockets wide and sunken. The smell hit them after that earthy rot and something metallic, like old blood. Jason stumbled back, dropped the flashlight, and it spun wildly on the ground. Shadows flickered like they were moving on their own. "Put it back," he whispered. "What?" Tyler hissed. "Put it back. Cover it. Now." But none of them moved. The air grew thick, heavier than before. The trees seemed to lean closer. Then the wind stopped completely, and in the sudden silence, they heard it. A small voice. Behind them. "That's mine." All three boys turned. Nothing was there. No kid, no animal. Just dark trees and tall grass dot. Then Jason saw the back porch. Light flicker. Once. Twice. Then it went dark. Something was coming through the yard. The flashlight's dying beam caught movement between the trees. A shape, low to the ground at first, crawling. Then rising. A boy, maybe 7 or 8, stepped into the open. His skin was slick and wrong, like it had been wet too long. His pajamas were the same as the ones wrapped around the thing they dug. Up, he moved stiffly, his arms hanging like broken limbs. And his eyes, if you could call them that, were just deep, oily pits, leaking black tears. "Put me back." The boy croaked. Jason screamed. They ran. God, how they ran. Back through the grass, over the hole, through the creaky screen door and into the kitchen where Jason's grandma sat stiffly at the table, staring blankly at nothing. "Grandma!" Jason yelled. There's a something in the yard." She turned slowly, as if waking from a trance. "You boys shouldn't dig," she said softly. "What?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "He comes back when you dig," Mark was crying now. Tyler stood frozen, still holding the flashlight. "We need to call someone," he said. "We need to tell." A loud thump hit the back door. Then another. Then the sound of something wet dragging across the wooden boards. The kitchen light sputtered and died. Jason grabbed Mark's arm and pulled him under the table. Tyler didn't move, just stood there, staring at the back door as the handle slowly turned. Creak. The door opened. The boy stepped inside. Tyler gasped, finally trying to move, but it was too late. The air snapped like static. The thing leapt with a sound like tearing meat. Tyler's scream was short. Jason covered his ears, shaking. He could hear bones crack, could hear something slithering across the floor, and then silence again. Mark whimpered beside him. Jason tried to shush him, tried to breathe through the pounding in his ears. A moment passed. Then another dot, then the boy's voice closer than before. "You found me. That means you stay." Jason didn't remember blacking out, but when he opened his eyes again, it was daylight. The kitchen was empty. Mark was gone. So was Tyler. So was his grandma. There were small, muddy footprints on the floor, leading from the back door to the stairs. To his bedroom. He ran outside and screamed until a passing truck stopped. The driver found him barefoot, shaking, eyes wide with terror. The police were called. Search dogs combed the property. Nothing was ever found. No signs of Tyler, Mark, or even Jason's grandparents. Not even the shallow grave, but every few years, when someone new moves into that old farmhouse, a kid in dinosaur pajamas shows up in the backyard. And if you dig, he shows you what you woke up, and he makes sure you never leave. The doll sat on the shelf behind the glass door of Nana Ray's curio cabinet. tucked between a pair of faded blue plates and a dried-up porcelain cat that had long since lost its whiskers. It was one of those old-fashioned doll's white skin, like milk glass, painted lips a shade too red, and fixed glass eyes the color of pond water. Its hair was curled in tight ringlets, the blonde gone gray at the roots, probably from age and dust. No one in the family could remember who it originally belonged to. Not Nana, not Mom, not even Great Aunt Bernice, who swore the doll had always been in the house. Even back when she was a girl, it was after Nana's funeral that you noticed the doll looking different. You were staying at the old house in Bollinger, Texas, helping clean up the rooms and box up Nana's things before the estate sale. The summer was a devil's mouth hot, dry, and mean. The air felt like it had teeth. Mom had gone into town to meet the lawyer. You were alone in the house. It was just past noon, but the drawn blinds made the whole place feel like it was trapped. In an eternal twilight, you had walked into the parlor and saw the curio cabinet's door hanging slightly open. Not wide, just a sliver, just enough to feel wrong. You were sure it had been latched the day before. Inside, the doll had been moved, not dramatically, just turned. Instead of facing forward, she was looking slightly to the left like she'd been watching the doorway. You stared at her for a long minute. You didn't touch her. Not then. You told yourself maybe the cabinet had been bumped. Maybe the cleaning woman had moved her while dusting, but that didn't explain what happened next. That night, the house groaned like it always did, as if it were remembering old griefs. You tried to sleep in Nana's guest room, but the air was too thick, too quiet. It wasn't just the heat, it was the way the shadows moved. You could hear things shifting in the walls, like rats, or maybe just the foundation settling. But you felt watched. Around 3 a.m., you woke up thirsty and went to the kitchen. On your way back, something stopped you. A feeling. You turned. The parlor door was open. It had been closed. You stepped in slowly, barefoot on the creaky wooden floor, half expecting to find a burglar or maybe your mom. But it was just the doll. Sitting in the middle of the rug. She had been inside the cabinet. You knew that. You hadn't opened it. No one had, but there she was, legs stretched out stiffly, arms wide at her sides, that fixed little painted smile cracked ever so slightly. At one corner, her eyes, glassy and unfocused, still somehow found yours in the dark. You should have put her back then. Or better, tossed her into the trash. But something made you kneel down and pick her up. She was colder than she should have been, cold-like. Something buried in the earth. There was a tag stitched to the underside of her dress. One of those name tags they used to put on toys 100 years ago. It didn't say Abigail or Marie or Sweetheart. It said your name. You dropped the doll. You must have sat there for 10 minutes, staring at it, trying to convince yourself you were just tired. That you imagined it. In the morning, the doll was back inside the cabinet, sitting exactly how she used to. Door latched tight. You didn't tell anyone. Not even when Mom came back and asked if you'd been messing with the old toys. You stayed another night. And another. You started hearing it then. Little things at first. The click of glass. Cabinet doors in the middle of the night. The soft padding of footsteps too small to be yours or your mother's. Once, you heard whispering coming from the parlor, just faint enough that you couldn't make out the words, but unmistakably a child's voice. On the fourth night, you woke to someone sitting on your chest. You couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Your eyes adjusted in the moonlight and you saw her. The doll, sitting on your ribcage, heavy like a sack of wet sand, eyes inches from yours. Her smile had widened, not painted real. The crack in the porcelain had spread down her jaw like a spider web. She opened her mouth. And said your name. Not whispered, said, like someone who'd known it for years. You screamed. She was gone. Mom didn't believe you, of course. She thought you were grieving. stressed. Sighed maybe the heat was messing with your head. That morning the doll was missing. Not in the cabinet, not in the house. You felt a dark relief. Maybe you really had just dreamed it. Maybe you'd walked her out to the trash in your sleep, but when you went to pack your bag there, she was. Sitting on top of your clothes, her dress immaculate, her hair newly combed, and a note tucked into her lap. It said, "You always belong to me." That was 2 years ago. You've moved 4 times since then. Burned your old belongings. Changed your name. Stopped talking to your family. Didn't matter. Wherever you go, she finds you. Sometimes she shows up in the mailbox. Sometimes at the foot of the bed. Once, she was waiting for you in the bathroom mirror, just standing on the counter, looking at you from the other side of the glass, like the reflection belonged to her. You tried smashing her once. Fire, hammer, burial. She always comes back, pristine. And now she speaks more often. Not just your name, but your thoughts, your fears, your lies. She says them out loud while you're trying to sleep. Some nights you wake up and she's curled up beside you. Her body soft, like flesh. Her voice no longer sounds like a toy. It sounds like yours. Don't look at the tree line. It was supposed to be just another sleepover. Another long summer night filled with ghost stories, soda, and the kind of stupid dares kids throw around when they're trying too hard to seem fearless. There were 4 of them. Micah, the host. Evan, his best friend since 2nd grade. Zoe, who lived down the road and swore she saw a UFO once. And Liam, Evan's cousin, who was staying with his aunt for the month while his mom got clean again. The tent was pitched at the far end of Micah's backyard, just before the woods started. A cheap plastic Walmart thing that flapped in the slightest breeze and smelled like mildew. They'd stacked snacks in the middle, phones already on low battery, and a beat-up Bluetooth speaker playing muffled heavy metal. They all pretended to like it was around 11:30 p.m. when Micah's dad came out with a flashlight, his face sour and stern like always. He never smiled, not even when they were babies, and that night he looked more like a warning than a parent. "All right," he said, scanning their faces like he was memorizing them. "You can stay out here. Just don't make too much noise." They all nodded, expecting him to leave. But he didn't. He pointed the beam of the flashlight past the tent, toward the dark line where the trees started, dense oak and pine, blacker than tar in the night. And don't look at the tree line after midnight. That caught them off guard. His voice wasn't teasing, wasn't playful. It was flat, cold. Evan chuckled. "Why? A monster gonna eat us?" Micah's dad didn't laugh. He clicked off the flashlight. "I'm not joking. Don't look at it. Keep your eyes on the fire or on each other, not the trees." Then he turned and walked back inside. The screen door creaked shut behind him. There was silence for a moment. Then Zoe muttered, "What the hell was that?" Micah shrugged, trying to play it cool. "He's just like that. Says weird stuff all the time." But they all knew that was a lie. That tone, low and serious, wasn't one you faked. And none of them could explain the way his hands had been shaking slightly, or how he kept glancing toward the trees like he was afraid they might be moving. They tried to forget it, turned the music back on, roasted marshmallows on sticks over a cheap fire pit, told dumb stories about hitchhikers with no faces and ghosts and gas stations. Normal stuff. But as the hour ticked closer to midnight, the air started to feel heavier, like something pressing down on their shoulders. The woods, once a soft blur beyond the tent, now looked sharp and jagged, every tree like a fang waiting to bite. The fire started to die around 12:15 a.m. No one wanted to admit they were scared. Not even Liam, who was the oldest and had once broken a kid's nose at school. But the silence that settled between them said it all. And then Evan did what Evan always did. He pushed it too far. "Y'all really believe that crap?" he said, standing and brushing off his shorts. "Your dad's probably just messing with us, like a messed up bedtime story." "Evan, don't," Zoe said. Her voice was low, tight, but he was already walking toward the tree line. Not close, just enough to be within the edge of the firelight. "I'm gonna look," he said, half laughing, "just to prove how stupid this is." "Don't," Micah said sharply. He hadn't moved, but his knuckles were white around the flashlight. Evan grinned. "One peek. Bet you it's just a bunch of squirrels." And he turned. They didn't see what he saw. Just the back of him, shoulders stiff, head tilted up slightly, like he was trying to understand something far away. Then he screamed. Not a normal scream. Not the kind you hear when someone sees a bug or twists an ankle. It came out raw and broken, a long, jagged noise that didn't stop. Evan fell to the ground, still screaming. He started clawing at his eyes, at his face, like something was inside him trying to get out. Blood ran down his cheeks. He was kicking, choking, screaming. Micah froze. Zoe started crying. Liam tried to pull Evan back, but the second his hands touched him, Evan twisted and bit down hard on Liam's forearm, tearing skin like paper. Liam howled and fell back, and Evan kept screaming. It took both Micah's parents to drag Evan inside, still thrashing and howling like he was being flayed alive. The screaming didn't stop even when the door shut. They called 911, then the sheriff, then the pastor. No one knew what to do. The paramedics tried to sedate him, but even under 2 shots of something strong enough to drop a horse, he wouldn't stop screaming. By sunrise, he was catatonic, silent, but his mouth was still open, eyes still wide, staring at something none of them could see. The doctor said he'd gone into some kind of shock. Brain fried. They ran scans, blood work, everything. Nothing came back abnormal. They committed him 2 days later. The rest of them, Micah, Zoe, Liam, didn't speak much after that. Liam got stitches and left town early. Zoe started homeschooling. Micah stopped going out altogether. None of them ever spoke about what happened. But late at night, when the wind blows just right, Micah swears he still hears screaming coming from the old shed out back. His dad boarded it up the day after the ambulance came. And every summer, when the nights get hot and long again, someone dares someone else to go look at the tree line. Most don't, but those who do, never come back quite right. It was the kind of night you only get in a dead Texas summer, humid, heavy, thick with silence that pressed in from every side. A lone cicada buzzed somewhere far off, but even that gave up after a while. It was almost 2 a.m. when they started. The video. It had been circulating through the undercurrents of YouTube for weeks. The YouTube sleep challenge that wasn't a joke, not on the trending page, not monetized. You had to search deep, buried behind layers of Reddit threads and Discord servers. The thumbnail looked like every other lazy horror bait. Blood-splattered font over a dimly lit bedroom. A figure standing in the background. Clickbait. Obviously. But for Tyler, Louise, Avery, and Jonah, it wasn't about whether it was real. It was about going viral. Avery was already halfway there, 40,000 subs and climbing. Mostly gaming clips, some fake paranormal investigations, and a few click-heavy reaction vids with exaggerated thumbnails of him screaming. The algorithm loved him. So when he pitched the sleep challenge idea, no one really said no. They picked Jonah's place. His parents were out in Fredericksburg for the weekend, and his house sat on the edge of a dry creek bed that cut through the mesquite woods west of Leander. The house backed up to brush so thick, no cell signal reached. Out there without Wi-Fi. Perfect for a creepy vibe. The rules were simple, or so the video claimed. Sit in a circle. One person lies in the center, lights off. Headphones in. You play the video, just one video. Don't stop it. Don't pause. Don't break the circle. And most important, don't fall asleep. But it's a sleep challenge. Louise had said, skeptical as always. And we're not supposed to sleep? That's the point, Avery said, adjusting the lens of his Canon. You have to fight it. That's where the freaky stuff starts. Sleep pulls you under. The guy in the video, he said it's like something crawls in when your brain's half on. That's when it happens. Happens, Tyler snorted. As in bullshit happens. Dude. Literally bled out of his eyes in the last 10 seconds, Avery said, pulling up the infamous video on his phone. Look, it's been taken down like 5 times already. Somebody's trying to scrub it. The video was grainy, low res. Just a guy in his early 20s lying on a mattress on the floor. Someone filmed him from the corner of the room. 4. Most of the 10-minute video, he just lay there twitching as if in a dream. But at the end, he started to convulse. His body went stiff. Then blood ran from his eyes, nose, and ears. The camera shook. It cut to black. You think he used corn syrup or actual stage blood? Jonah asked. 'Cause if we're doing this, we better make it look real. I can add fake blood in post. No fake blood, Avery said. We go raw. If nothing happens, we fake it later. At 1:58 a.m., they turned off the lights. Just the glow of the laptop screen and the red standby. Light on the camera. Avery lay in the middle of the circle on the rug, earbuds in. Louise, Tyler, and Jonah sat cross-legged around him, holding hands to complete the circle, just like the directions said. No talking, no laughing. Eyes closed if you can't take it. Avery pressed play. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. The room felt still, almost frozen. A kind of pressure crept in, like the air was thickening. Tyler's palms started sweating. Jonah shifted slightly, eyes darting between the others. Then Avery twitched. Louise leaned forward slightly, squinting. Did he just? Shut up, Tyler whispered. Avery's breathing changed. It went from steady to shallow, like someone choking down air in small, forced gasps. Then his body stiffened, arms locking by his sides. His back arched once and then slammed down against the floor with a loud thud. The sound echoed in the small living room. Jonah let go of the circle. Wait, fuck, should we stop? No, Tyler hissed. We don't break the circle, remember? It's already broken, Louise said. He broke it. Avery let out a sound, not a scream, not a moan. It was ... wrong. Like something mimicking a scream, but getting the pitch and cadence all backwards. His mouth was wide open, but the sound felt like it was coming from somewhere deeper, somewhere under the floorboards. And then the blood started. A slow trickle from his ears, both of them. It slid down his cheeks like tears, warm and dark. The blue glow of the laptop screen. Oh my God, Louise said, crawling backward, knocking over a lamp. He's actually, what the fuck, he's bleeding. He's bleeding. Tyler lunged forward. Avery. Hey, dude, wake the hell up. But Avery didn't move. His eyes were closed now, though none of them had seen him shut them. His face had gone slack. His chest rose and fell, but it was uneven, jittery, like a skipping heartbeat. Jonah went for the laptop and tried to pause the video. The screen glitched. The cursor froze. He slammed the spacebar. Nothing. Then the screen blinked white for a single frame, just a flicker, but all of them saw it. A face. Not Avery's, not anyone they recognized. Mouth stretched too wide, eyes fully black, sockets flaring like burns in paper. It smiled, and then the power cut out. Not just the laptop. Everything. Even the camera. A second passed. Then another dot in the pitch black. Someone whispered, "He's gone." It wasn't any of them. They knew each other's voices. This one was breathy, female, but not a voice belonging to a real person. It sounded like it came from inside their own heads, slithering behind their ears. Tyler grabbed Avery's shoulders and shook him. "Wake up, man. Please, come on." Avery didn't stir. The blood kept coming. Louise screamed. They turned on their phones for light and carried Avery to the car. Jonah sped toward Leander Memorial, blowing through stop signs, tires skidding across gravel. They kept calling his name. He didn't respond. Doctors said his vitals were normal. He was breathing. His heart was strong. But he wouldn't wake up. Nothing worked. Not pain, not light, not voices. He lay in a medically induced coma that no one had induced. The neurologist looked baffled. It's like his mind isn't there. Not dreaming. Not conscious. Just ... gone. Avery stayed that way for 5 days. Then they found his body in the hospital bed with the sheets tucked tight. Dried blood from both ears, same as before. But now his eyes were open, wide, staring up at the ceiling with irises shrunk to PINPRICKS.no. Footage from the hospital cameras showed anything wrong. One frame he was asleep. The next, he was dead. Jonah deleted the video files. Or tried to. They kept reappearing. On his desktop. On his phone. Even on his TV. Playing without input. Tyler vanished a week later. His car was found parked near Pedernales. Falls, doors open, engine off, keys on the seat. No signs of struggle. But his phone was still recording when the police found it. 2 hours of black video. Somewhere in the last 10 minutes, a low whisper repeated a single phrase. "Don't fall asleep." Louise went off grid. Deleted his socials. Switched numbers. Last anyone heard, he was living out of a trailer near the border. But the video found him again. Played once on his cracked screen as he lay half awake in a Walmart parking lot. He didn't show up for work the next day. They found his truck. Blood from both ears. Eyes wide open. Same expression. Same whisper, only Jonah remains. He hasn't slept in 3 days. His lights stay on 24/7. The mirror in his bathroom is taped over. He hears the voice every time he closes his eyes. Not screaming. Not threatening. Just whispering. Begging. Inviting. Almost through, it says. Just a little longer now. They were sitting around the fire pit in the back of Travis Foster's house, out behind the line of cedar trees that marked the edge of his family's property. The October air had gone cold fast, the kind of sudden chill that made you pull your hoodie up and hold your hands near the flames, even if they stung a little. It was one of those clear Texas nights where the sky stretched black forever, pinpricked with stars that felt too bright, too many. Crickets clicked in the brush, and somewhere in the distance, a coyote howled long and low. It was the perfect night for someone to say something they shouldn't. There were 5 of them: Travis, Cole, Miranda, Shane, and Eli, all 15. Except Miranda, who had turned 16 a week ago and wouldn't let anyone forget it. They'd brought a 6-pack of cheap beer Cole had stolen from his older brother's stash in the garage and passed it around with the practiced awkwardness of kids who wanted to feel older than they were. The beer was warm and bitter, and they all pretended to like it. The fire cracked and popped as Shane leaned forward and said, "You guys ever heard of the man with the black fingernails?" Travis rolled his eyes. "Sounds made up already." "No, for real," Shane said. His voice dropped a little. He glanced over his shoulder like someone might be listening. "He's real. I heard about him from my cousin Jared. Lives out near Kerrville. Swears he saw him once when he was little. Says the guy comes to you if you really want something bad enough. You say the wish out loud, and then you leave something for him." "Like what?" Miranda asked. Smirking, Shane took a swig from the bottle and wiped his mouth. A fingernail. That got a pause. The fire popped again, and for a moment, all they could hear was the wind rustling through the cedar. That's nasty, Eli said, wrinkling his nose. No joke, Shane said. You clip it and put it under your pillow. Just one. If he takes it, the wish comes true. But you gotta be careful. Jared said his friend did it when they were kids. Wished his dad would stop hitting his mom. Did it work? Cole asked. Shane nodded slowly. Yeah, his dad died in a car crash a week later. Jared said it was bad. The car flipped off 39, landed upside down in a dry creek bed. Broke his neck. No way, Travis said. I'm telling you, man. And if you try to cheat him, if you don't leave a nail, or you lie, or make a fake wish, he'll know. Then he comes for your whole hand. That's so dumb, Miranda said, but her voice had a little edge now, something forced. Whatever. Just don't say any wishes out loud tonight, Shane said. He might hear. No one laughed this time. Cole threw another stick into the fire and watched the sparks drift upward like ash spirits. Nobody spoke for a while. Later that night, when they all split up and headed home, the air felt even colder. Travis walked the narrow dirt path back toward the house, the kind that wound through shadows and rustling weeds, and for some reason, he couldn't shake the image of black fingernails, thick, dirty, curling like claws. He didn't believe the story. Of course he didn't. But that night, lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling for a long time. His parents were fighting again, muffled voices through the drywall, sharp words followed by long silences. They hadn't stopped fighting since. His sister Leah got hit by that truck last spring. And it wasn't really his dad's fault, but still. Nothing was the same. Nothing felt right anymore. His mom hardly spoke. His dad drank more. Travis just drifted, like a ghost no one could see. He didn't mean to say it out loud. I wish Leah wasn't dead. It slipped out like breath, soft, barely audible. But it was out there now, floating in the dark. And even as he said it, he remembered what Shane had said. Don't say any wishes out loud. Not unless you're ready. Travis didn't sleep well. He tossed and turned, his stomach twisting in knots. Around 3 a.m., he got up and walked into the bathroom. The hallway was silent. The moonlight spilled across the tile like water. When he flipped the light on, he saw blood in the sink. It was faint at first, just a pinkish swirl in the white porcelain. He leaned closer. That's when he noticed his thumb. The nail was gone. Clean off, like it had been clipped with something sharp and neat. There was dried blood crusted around the edges of the cuticle, and it ached, but not badly. More of a dull throb. He didn't remember doing it, didn't remember waking up, but there it was. Gone. He wrapped it in toilet paper and didn't say a word the next morning. Not to his mom, who barely looked up from her cold coffee, or to his Dad, who grunted and left without saying goodbye. The bandage on his thumb drew a few questions at school. Shop accident. He lied. No big deal. That afternoon, he got home and found his mother sitting on the edge of the couch, phone to her ear, face pale. She looked up at him, tears in her eyes. It's about Leah, she said. Travis's heart froze. They found something, she whispered. At the hospital, there was a mix-up. Some kind of misidentification. They don't think she was. In the truck, they think she might still be alive. He felt like he couldn't breathe. The next 3 days were chaos. Phone calls, DNA tests. His dad yelling in the backyard at no one. His mom crying in the shower. They were told the girl in the crash had someone else's ID. Dental records proved it. Someone else. Not Leah. And then 2 days later, they got the call. A girl had been found wandering the side of an old farm road in Blanco County, malnourished, dehydrated. Couldn't remember her name, but she looked like Leah, same eyes. Same laugh. It was her. The doctor said she had trauma. Couldn't explain what happened or why she'd vanished. Just that she'd been kept somewhere, in a basement. Maybe a trailer. The man who had her was gone now, died in a fire 2 weeks before. She wouldn't talk about him. Wouldn't even say his name. That night, Travis sat in bed staring at the bandage on his thumb. It was healing, slowly. But he felt something deep in his gut. A wrongness. He hadn't clipped it. He was sure of that now. The next morning, Cole came to school with a bandage on his hand. Travis asked him what happened. Cole just shook his head. Stupid accident, he said. Dropped a weight on it. But the way he avoided eye contact made Travis wonder. That night, he called Shane. "Hey," Travis said, "that story you told. About the guy with the black fingernails, was there more?" Shane was quiet for a second. "There's always more," he said. "Why?" "Cole's hurt, and something weird's happening, I think." "He made a wish," Shane said flatly. "Didn't he?" "Maybe. I don't know." "What happens if you wish for something that wasn't meant to be," Shane said, "he comes back?" "What do you mean, back?" "You think he just takes one nail and leaves you alone? You're in debt now. You owe him. If he brings someone back from the dead, you think that's free?" Travis didn't sleep at all that night. He sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the window. The wind scratched at the glass like fingernails. The next morning, his mom screamed. His dad was in the garage, slumped in the driver's seat of his old truck. The engine was still running. The hose from the exhaust had been fed through the back window. He'd left no note. Just sat there in the dark and died out at the funeral. Leah wouldn't go near the casket. She said she felt like someone was watching. Her doubt by the end of the week, Miranda stopped coming to school. Her mom said she was sick. Travis didn't believe her. He went to Miranda's house one evening, knocked on the door. Her little brother answered. His thumb was wrapped in a bloody tissue. "She's asleep," he said, eyes wide and scared. "But she said her wish came true. What did she wish for?" The kid looked down, that Dad would stop hurting her. Travis ran Dot over the next month. 3 more kids from their school had accidents. 2 lost fingers. 1 fell down the stairs and broke his jaw. Every one of them had been at the fire that night. Everyone had made a wish. The last time Travis saw the man was in a dream. Or maybe it wasn't a dream. He was standing in the corner of his bedroom, barely visible in the moonlight. Just a silhouette, tall and thin, with hands that hung too. Low and black curling nails that tapped against his thighs in a slow, patient rhythm. Travis didn't move. Didn't breathe. The man whispered something he couldn't understand, then turned and walked through the wall like smoke. When Travis woke up, his fingernails were bleeding. Every one of them Dot and outside, in the wind, something scratched. The house on Fannin Street was old enough to remember things. That's how Michelle phrased it when she handed over the keys, like the house had a memory, and worse, a grudge. Tanner didn't believe in that kind of crap, of course. He was 27, and had a beard that didn't quite connect in the middle, but he swung a hammer like he was born with it in his fist. He'd bought the place for dirt cheap some estate sale after the last owner died in the bathtub, and no family came forward to claim anything. His plan was to flip it, fix the foundation, scrape up the moldy wallpaper, replace the plumbing, and sell it to some Austin couple who thought historic meant rustic charm and not a place where walls cracked in straight lines like veins under tension. He invited 3 friends to help tear it down. Marcus, the jokester with a joint always tucked behind his ear, Lacey, who'd gone to school for architecture but now worked at Home Depot, and Justin, his childhood best friend who barely talked unless he was drunk. They brought sleeping bags, tools, and beer. The plan was to work the weekend, sleep in the upstairs bedrooms, nail plywood over the windows so no raccoons or crackheads wandered in. Then leave Sunday before the next round of storms. Michelle warned them not to spend the night. She said it plain and simple, like someone telling you not to poke a power outlet. That house gets loud after midnight, she'd said, eyes squinting behind the thick lenses of her Coke bottle glasses. It moves. Things show up on the walls. Handprints, hundreds of them. Tanner laughed then. He thought she was just trying to spook him into backing out of the deal. But now on the first night, as the wind howled and the rain started to spit against the boards they'd nailed across the second-floor windows, Tanner remembered that warning like it was a thread pulling something tight in his gut. They'd stripped most of the living room wallpaper by dusk-old floral patterns underneath smoke-stained top layers and found old children's drawings in pencil directly on the plaster. A house with too many windows, a stick figure with no hands, and a strange spiral that made Justin say nope and go outside for a smoke. By 10 p.m., the power flickered and then died altogether. They lit lanterns and camped upstairs in what used to be a nursery. The wallpaper here was faded pink with little ducks, but it was peeling in long vertical strips like something inside the walls was trying to breathe. "This place smells like wet dog and cat piss had a baby," Marcus muttered, huddled in his sleeping bag. Lacey laughed, but it was brittle. She kept rubbing her arms like she was cold even though it was humid as hell. "I feel like we shouldn't be up here," she said. "Feels wrong. Like we're sleeping in someone else's bed without asking." "Don't be weird," Tanner said, but even he couldn't shake the feeling. The room had an old rocking chair that they couldn't move. It was too heavy, like it had sunk into the floor. It creaked sometimes when no one touched it. Justin passed out around 11, a half-empty bottle of Jim Beam cradled like a baby against his chest. Marcus fell asleep next, twitching under a thin blanket. Lacey sat up for a while, watching the corners of the room like something might slither out of them. Tanner stayed awake longest. He lay there in the dark, listening to the wind whistle down the hallway and the faint sounds of the house adjusting groans, cracks, the low hum of something deep in the walls. Sometime after midnight, he heard the first tap. Just one, like a fingertip on glass, then another. Then dozens. Tiny taps, scattered, irregular. Like someone drumming fingers on drywall from the inside. He sat up, heart thudding. The rain was heavier now, but it wasn't the rain making that sound. "Lacey," he whispered. She didn't move. "Lacey." Louder. She stirred, blinked, and then froze. Eyes locked on the wall beside them. Tanner turned in the beam of his flashlight. The wall was covered in HANDPRINTS. Dozens. Small. Child-sized. All over the pink duck wallpaper. Palm smears. Finger streaks. Some upside down. Some overlapping like kids trying to climb out. They weren't there earlier. "Jesus." Lacey whispered. Tanner reached out and touched one. It was cold. Damp. He pulled his hand back, saw something dark on his fingers. Not blood, not paint. Something grayish, clay-like. The others woke up to the sound of Tanner moving. Marcus shouted when he saw the wall. Justin rolled over, took one look, and vomited on the floor. "What the fuck?" Marcus said. "What the actual?" The rocking chair creaked. Once. Twice. Then it didn't stop. It rocked like someone was in it, slow and deliberate. Tanner stepped toward it, lantern in hand. He didn't want to. His legs did it anyway. The chair stopped moving the moment he got close, and then he saw another handprint. On the ceiling. And another. They were everywhere now. Crawling across the ceiling, down the walls. In the hallway, in the closet, in the bathroom mirror. Some so faint they seemed burned into the paint. The lantern dimmed suddenly, as if the shadows had thickened. That's when the whispering started. Low, disjointed, childlike. "Ma, Ah, took my two-a-wees. Cold. It's so cooled. Then a scream, a child's. Sharp, shrill. Not from any of them. From inside the wall. Justin ran first. He bolted down the stairs barefoot, slipping on the landing and taking 2 steps on his ass before getting up and flinging open the front door. Marcus was next, cursing as he stumbled. Lacey didn't move. She stood staring at the wall. "Lacey, come on," Tanner yelled. She didn't respond. She was whispering something to the wall. No, it's okay. I won't tell." Tanner grabbed her arm. She turned to him, and her eyes were wrong. Too wide, pupils like pinholes. Her face was pale, and her mouth kept moving. I said, "Come on." He yanked her hard. She screamed. But it wasn't her voice, Dot, it was a child's again. She buckled, dropped like a ragdoll. Tanner picked her up and ran. They all slept in the truck, engine running, lights on, doors locked. No one spoke for hours. Dot, by morning, the house looked normal. Dot, no handprints, no whispers, no screams. Lacey didn't speak again for 3 days. When she finally did, she said, "They live in the walls. They can't get out unless you sleep there. That's the only time the walls get thin enough." Tanner sold the house to a developer. 6 weeks later, he never told them what happened. He didn't have to. The headlines came out a month after that. 3 teens found dead in historic home. Walls covered in child-size handprints. No signs of forced entry. Michelle said it best. The house remembered. Whisper a secret, pass it around. That's how the game always started. Dot. It was a stupid little thing we used to do back in middle school, mostly during lunch or detention, when there wasn't anything better to do and the teachers didn't care what you got up to as long as it was quiet. You whispered something into the next kid's ear, and they whispered it to the next, and so on, around the circle. Then the last person said it out loud. Half the fun was how much the secret got twisted. Along the way, someone would hear, "My mom makes spaghetti with raisins," and turn it into Tommy's dad is dating a horse. We'd all laugh. No one cared how dumb it was. It was just a way to kill time. But there were rules. Unspoken ones. You didn't repeat real secrets. You didn't name names if it was bad. And you always knew who started the game. The starter was it, like in tag, and they got to pick the secret. It kept things simple, clean, fun. Until a WSN single quotes T. It was in 2007, fall semester of 8th grade at Littlefield Junior High, just outside of Lubbock. Dry wind and gray skies. That brittle West Texas weather where everything feels like it's about to snap. The sun would vanish behind clouds for days, and the wind blew so hard through the chain-link fences. It sounded like the world was whispering right back at you. It started in Mrs. Donnelly's English class. First period. She always gave us 10 minutes of free time if we finished the morning warm-up fast. That day we finished early, and Mandy Pruitt, the loud girl who chewed gum like it owed her money, suggested we play the whisper game. Groans and shrugs followed. But we all shuffled our desks into a crooked circle and got ready. There were 7 of us in that game. Me, Mandy, Cody Jenkins, Anna Ruiz, Delvin Mays, Kira Turner, and a new kid named Landry. He had just moved from Houston 2 weeks earlier. Skinny, pale, always looked like he had a headache. Nobody really talked to him, but he didn't try to talk either, so it evened out. He was sitting a little outside the circle, near the window, arms crossed tight like he didn't want to be there. "Who's starting?" Mandy asked, popping her gum, but nobody answered. She looked at me. "You?" I shook my head. Didn't say anything. We went around the circle. No one confessed. Even Landry just shook his head and gave this tired little shrug, like he was watching a movie that didn't make sense. Then Cody's eyes got big. I heard it just now. Someone already whispered it to me. Mandy frowned. The hell you talking about? I swear, Cody said, rubbing the back of his neck. Someone leaned in and whispered something. I thought it was you. It wasn't, Mandy said, but the rest of us were already laughing. We thought he was just being weird. But then he whispered it to Anna. She flinched. What the pass? It, Mandy hissed. Don't ruin it. So Anna whispered to Delvin, then to Kira, then to me. I remember it clear. The words landed cold in my ear, like they were waiting. Don't turn around, he's watching. That was it. Not funny. Not even a good sentence. But something in the way Kira whispered it made my skin prickle. It didn't feel like a game. It felt like a warning. I passed it to Mandy. Her gum froze mid-chew. What the hell does that mean? She asked too loud. Mrs. Donnelly looked up from her desk. Inside voices. Mandy glared at me like it was my fault. Who started it? No one said anything? That's not the game, Cody said. Someone has to start it. We all looked around the circle. No hands. No confessions. Well, Mandy muttered, whoever did, they suck. But that was the last we played it that day. I don't think I really thought about the words until lunch. I was sitting outside under the walkway overhang, only place to escape the wind, and I swear I heard someone behind me whisper the exact same thing. Don't turn around. He's watching. I turned anyway. Nothing. Just the usual mess of kids and concrete and old bricks. But from then on, weird things started happening. First was Cody. The next day, he didn't show up. Rumor was his parents pulled him out of school and took him to Lubbock for some kind of evaluation. I only found out through Anna, who sat next to him in algebra. She said he started acting strange after the game. Kept glancing over his shoulder, muttering about how someone was in the hallway that didn't belong. Claimed he saw a guy outside the band hall window, wearing a black hoodie and just standing, staring. No face, Anna whispered across the desk. He said the guy didn't have a face. I laughed it off then. We all did. Kids say stupid stuff when they're trying to get attention. Or maybe Cody had some breakdown, who knows, but then Anna stopped coming. 3 days after Cody she was walking home, half a mile past the gas station on Farm Road 2010. When she just disappeared, they found her backpack in a ditch torn open, like something clawed through it. Sheriff's office said wild dogs, maybe coyotes, but they never found any tracks. No blood either. Just the backpack and one of her shoes left upright in the middle of the road. That's when the whisper came. Back. I was in my room, late one night, trying to sleep through the wind. I'd left my window cracked. It was stupid. But the house got too hot and the AC was busted, so I left it open just a hair. And that's when I heard it soft, barely audible, like it rode the air. Don't turn around, he's watching. This time I didn't move. My body froze. I just lay there, heart pounding, staring at the ceiling. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Maybe an hour, maybe longer. But I didn't sleep that night. 2 more kids from our whisper circle stopped showing up within a week. Delvin and Kira. No explanation. Delvin's house burned down. Fire marshal blamed a busted space heater, but his mom swore she heard footsteps on the roof before it started. Kira just never came back. Her parents wouldn't talk to anyone. Some said they moved overnight, left her bedroom fully furnished like they were running from something. That left me, Mandy, and Landry. Mandy was acting all tough, but I could see the cracks. She jumped whenever a locker slammed too loud. Started carrying pepper spray in her hoodie pocket. Wouldn't go anywhere without 3 people with her. I tried asking her once if she remembered the whisper. She went pale and told me to shut the hell up. That was the end of that. Landry didn't say anything at all. He kept to himself, Same as always, but there was this look in his eyes now. He was waiting for something, or maybe listening. I started to think he knew, like maybe he was the one who started it. Maybe he whispered it first, and all of this was somehow connected to him. But I never got the chance to ask Dot because one morning, Mandy didn't show up either, and I saw it. It was in the hallway by the trophy case. I was walking alone, early, before the bell. My footsteps echoed in the dead silence of that hallway, and I felt it before I saw it, like the pressure in the air changed, like everything got thicker. Then I heard the whisper, "Don't turn around, he's watching." But I was already turning. It stood at the far end of the hallway. Tall, too tall, wearing a black hoodie, the kind you couldn't buy in stores. It looked wet, like it was soaked through, dripping something onto the floor. But the face, there wasn't one. Just skin, blank and pale and smooth like stretched wax, its head tilted. I ran. I don't remember how I got outside. I just remember the slam of the double doors behind me, and the sky above looking gray and cracked like a broken plate. They found Mandy's body 3 days later, in the drainage ditch behind the gym. No cause of death. No injuries. Just a look on her face like she saw something that didn't make sense, that left me and Landry. I didn't go back to school after that. My parents thought I was grieving. I was, but I was also waiting. I knew it was coming. The whisper. The key. Figure. The turn. Landry showed up on my porch 2 nights later, late, past midnight. He didn't knock. He just sat on the steps until I opened the door. I should have called someone, but instead I stepped out. "You started it," I said. He didn't argue. "I didn't think it would follow," he said, voice thin. It was supposed to just be words, but it likes voices, new ones. The more who whisper it, the stronger it gets. "What is it?" I asked. He didn't answer, just looked up at me with dead eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. "It's already behind you." And then he got up and walked into the street. A truck came around the corner, horn blaring. Too late. It didn't stop. The funeral was closed casket. I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe to warn someone. Maybe because I can feel the whisper again. It's here, in the walls, in the wind through the cracks in the drywall. And I think if I say it, if I whisper it, it'll go to someone else. So, "I'm sorry, really, but I can't take it anymore." Don't. Turn around. He's watching. The first time Drew heard it, he was half asleep, that hazy state where dreams melt into sounds and the mind fills in blanks with whatever makes sense. It was a light scratching, a faint rasp like someone rubbing a fingernail over denim. Not urgent, just persistent. He thought it was Jake moving around below him in the bottom bunk. Jake had a habit of dragging his foot along the mattress when he was restless. Drew muttered something, too groggy to remember what, and rolled over, pressing his ear into the pillow. The next morning, Jake wasn't at breakfast. The bunk below had been empty all night. Drew's mom was at the stove, flipping pancakes while his dad scrolled through something on his tablet. The TV muttered in the background about another summer heat wave rolling over the Texas hill country. The family dog, Murphy, was under the table, pawing at his ears like he'd heard something he didn't like. "Where's Jake?" Drew asked. His mom didn't look up. "At Nana's, remember? I told you twice yesterday. She's keeping him for the week so you two stop trying to kill each other, right?" Drew did remember that, now that she said it. Jake had left yesterday afternoon, packed up with his grubby pillow and Nintendo Switch and a half-assed goodbye. He wasn't supposed to be back until Friday, so ... Who was in the bottom bunk last night? Drew didn't ask. He was 15 too old to be spooked by a noise. Besides, the house made sounds. The walls expanded, floors creaked, Rats sometimes scurried around in the attic even though his dad swore up and down they had it sealed. Old house stuff. Normal stuff. Still, he avoided his room all day. Stayed out by the garage, shooting hoops. Alone while the cicadas screamed in the trees. He didn't go back up until just after midnight, when the house was asleep and the air had cooled just enough to make the sheets bearable. The top bunk was where he'd always slept. Jake couldn't climb that high without falling, so Drew had claimed it years ago and never given it up. It creaked as he crawled in, the springs groaning under his weight. He lay there, eyes adjusting to the dark ceiling, waiting for sleep to take him. The moonlight spilled through the blinds in pale slats, illuminating the mess of clothes and books and old toys below. He could make out the lump of the bottom mattress, tucked into the shadows. 10 minutes passed. 20. Just as he started to drift. Scratch. 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 He froze. Same sound. Exactly the same as last night. Only this time, he knew no one was supposed to be there. He leaned over the edge of the bed, careful not to make a sound. The angle made it hard to see all the way down, but the shape of the mattress was unmistakable. It looked flat. Undisturbed. Scratch. It came from beneath him again. Right beneath him. He whispered, "Jake?" Nothing. He climbed down slowly, each rung cold and metallic under his bare feet. His room was silent. No fan, no AC. Just that suffocating stillness of a Texas summer night when the air pressed down like a heavy, invisible hand. He crouched by the bottom bunk, heart jackhammering in his chest, and yanked the blanket away. Nothing. Just the cheap-fitted sheet and a pillow stained with Jake's greasy hair oil. No toys, no books, no hidden prank. He stood up, suddenly very aware of how hot it was in the room. His skin was tacky with sweat, and he couldn't seem to catch a deep breath. He looked under the bed. Nothing but a sock and dust bunnies. He didn't sleep much that night. Every sound made him twitch. The next day, he begged his mom to let him sleep on the couch downstairs. Said the bunk bed was squeaky, too hot, cramped. She told him to stop being dramatic. The third night, he brought his baseball bat to bed. Left it resting beside him, one hand curled loosely around the handle. He thought it would make him feel safer. It didn't, because that night the scratching didn't start right away. It waited, lulled him into thinking maybe it was gone. And then, just as he was starting to dream, it came again. But now it was louder, more deliberate. Scratch. Scratch. Like claws dragging along the wooden slat supporting his mattress. He gripped the bat tight. His breath caught in his chest. Slowly, inch by inch, he peered over the edge of the bunk. The bottom bed was no longer empty. There was something in it. Not a person. Not Jake. Something else. Something darker than the shadows. It had the vague outline of a figure, like a body, curled on its side, facing the wall, but it wasn't breathing. Not like a person would. There was no rise and fall. Just stillness, and that noise. That slow, awful scratching sound. Right beneath him. He whispered, "Who's there?" The shape didn't move, but the scratching stopped. It was worse, somehow. The silence. It stretched out and filled the room until he could hear nothing else. Not even the hum of the house. Just the loud pounding of his own pulse in his ears. And then the mattress below shifted. Just slightly. Like weight pressing down. Drew scrambled backward, heart in his throat, almost knocking the bat over the edge. He reached for the pull chain light above the bed. Yanked it hard. The room flared into dim yellow light. The bottom bunk was empty again. Totally, utterly empty. He slept in the hallway. That night, curled against the wall like a scared animal. His mom found him the next morning and laughed, said he must have had a nightmare. He didn't argue, but he didn't go back into the room either. That night, he tried the couch. But the minute he lay down, the dog Murphy started growling. Toward the hallway. Low, guttural sounds Drew had never heard from him before, so he stayed awake. And that's when he saw it, first. It looked like someone had stepped into the hallway. Just a figure, half lit by the moon, standing outside his bedroom door. But the way it moved wasn't right. It wasn't walking, it was sliding, like it had no feet. No weight. It turned its head toward him, or maybe it just tilted. Hard to tell. No face. Just the outline of a person-shaped thing, and possibly black. Murphy barked. Loud and savage. But when Drew turned to hush him, the dog yelped and scurried under the kitchen table, tail between his legs. When Drew looked back, nothing. Hallway empty. Lights still off. The next morning, he checked the bottom bunk again, and now the sheets were rumpled. Like someone had laid there. He told his mom he wanted to get rid of the bunk bed. Sell it. Burn it. Didn't matter. She told him to stop being dramatic. You're not 5 anymore, Drew. Don't make me call your father. That night, he locked the bedroom door, shut the blinds, left the bat by his side. At 2:17 a.m. The scratching started again. It didn't stop. It never stopped. Sometimes it would pause, like it was listening to see if he was awake. And then it would resume, slow and steady, like fingernails on the inside of a coffin. And now, sometimes he hears breathing, not loud, not angry, just slow and wet and wrong. Like someone with a collapsed lung sucking in air through blood. He stopped sleeping, stopped eating. His mom says he looks pale, tired. She doesn't believe in ghosts, thinks it's hormones or stress, that he's making it up. But Drew knows better. He started seeing it in the mirror sometimes, just for a second, standing in the corner of his room, behind him, watching. Waiting. And the worst part? The scratches aren't coming from below anymore. They're coming from the ceiling. From the slats right above his bed, from the top bunk. The attic in the Hunter house wasn't so much a room as it was a graveyard for forgotten junk. Dust lay on everything like a second skin. Old baby furniture, crates of mildewed books, yellowed newspapers from the 70s. The place smelled like insulation and rodent piss. But to the 4 of them, Noah, Derek, Sam, and little Casey, it was a treasure trove. They were all 15, except Casey, who was 11 and constantly begging to hang out with his older brother Derek and his friends. They mostly let him tag along because he never complained, not even when they dared him to climb into the crawl space above the garage and bring down a box labeled XMAS92. Even though it wasn't Christmas. It was Sam who found the tape. They were rummaging through a moldy storage trunk filled with old Halloween decorations, paper skeletons, broken plastic pumpkins when Sam yanked out a black VHS tape shoved between a torn witch's hat and a stiff plastic mask. The label on it was a strip of duct tape, and someone had written across it in thick black marker, "Don't wait." He laughed. "This is it. This is the jackpot." Derek took it and turned it over in his hands. "You think it's like a prank? One of those screamers or something?" Casey, crouched nearby, frowned. "Maybe it's real. Like cursed. Like the ring." "You still believe in that crap?" Noah asked, smirking. But none of them tossed it away. They brought it down to the living room, still buzzing with excitement, giddy like they'd found something forbidden. Derek's parents were out of town for the weekend, and the place was theirs. Sam set up the VCR, blowing out dust from the slot with a whoosh of breath. The living room felt darker than usual. Maybe it was the clouds rolling in outside, or maybe it was something else, like a shadow stretched too long and too quiet. They all sat on the couch. Sam popped the tape in. For a few seconds, nothing happened but static. Then the screen flickered, grainy footage. A living room, similar to theirs, dimly lit, a couch. The TV on, showing nothing but gray noise. A figure walked into frame. A boy, maybe 12, maybe younger. He had short dark hair and pale skin, and he was crying. Silent crying, his face twisted, his mouth wide, but no sound. Just the soft hiss of static. The boy turned, looking directly at the camera, and then the screen went black. For a beat, they sat there frozen, waiting. Then a horrible screech, like a radio caught between stations, blared from the TV. The screen showed more static, but this time there were flashes, subliminal images, a basement wall streaked with blood, a severed doll's head, something crawling across the floor with too many legs. The screen cut to black again. Sam started laughing. Okay, that's definitely someone's messed up student film. I don't know, Derek muttered. That kid at the start, he looked real scared. It's fake, Noah said, but he didn't sound so sure. Let's watch it again. Casey stood up. Don't. I don't like it. Sam rolled his eyes. We're just watching a tape, dude. You don't have to stay. But Casey stood still for a moment, looking at the TV. His eyes were wide. That boy. What? He looked like me. They all glanced at each other, then back to Casey. You're just freaked out, Noah said, waving a hand. Go. Play with your Hot Wheels or something. But Casey didn't leave. That night, after pizza and a couple rounds of Call of Duty, they all crashed on the living room floor. The storm outside had come in heavy, rattling the windows with thunder. Somewhere after midnight, when the power briefly flickered, Derek sat up and realized Casey was gone. They searched the house bathrooms, backyard, even the attic, but he was nowhere. Then Sam saw the glow of the TV in the living room. It was on again. Static. The tape was playing. Did someone hit play? Derek asked. No one had. They stood there, staring at the screen, when suddenly screaming loud. Terrible screaming, coming from inside the television. The static flared brighter, and they could see something. Someone moving behind the gray blur, as if the snow on screen were translucent. It was a face. A boy's face. It was Casey. He was inside the static, his mouth open wide, eyes wild with terror, reaching out with fingers that flickered like broken frames. The TV screen rippled. Sam screamed and fell backward, hitting his head on the coffee table. Noah ran to the VCR, yanked the tape out, and flung it across the room. The screen went black, but the screaming didn't stop. It went on for 7 more seconds long, awful seconds before it finally faded out like a dying radio signal. Called the cops. They searched for Casey for 2 weeks. Nothing. Not a footprint. Not a hair. Not even a fiber of his clothes. Derek's parents thought he must have run away or been kidnapped. The cops looked hard at the other boys, but they all told the same story except for the tape. They didn't mention the tape. They buried it back in the attic. But sometimes late at night, Derek swore he could hear it spinning. Weeks turned into months. Noah refused to come back to the house. Sam started having nosebleeds and dreams of a dark room filled with static, where Casey crawled toward him with his mouth stitched shut. Derek didn't sleep. He stopped going to school, barely ate. His parents put him in therapy. Nothing helped. Until one night he woke up to the sound of the TV again. He stumbled into the living room. The tape was in the VCR. The screen showed static. Then it flickered. A new video. A new scene. This time, it was his bedroom. The same bed, the same posters, the same cracked door frame. But on the bed lay a body, his own. Eyes open, mouth agape, covered in blood. And standing over the body, Casey, or something that used to be Casey. His face was gray and crumbling, his eyes black. And when he smiled, the screen glitched. Then The static filled the room, not just the screen, the room. It poured from the TV like fog. Derek couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. From within the snow, he heard whispers. Join us. The next morning, his parents found the TV shattered, blood smeared on the screen. And Derek was gone. The attic was searched again. The tape was gone too. 2 kids missing. Sam tried to run, left town in the middle of the night. He made it halfway to Oklahoma before crashing his car. His mouth was torn open like he tried to scream something that wouldn't come out. Noah was admitted to a psychiatric facility. After he stabbed himself in both ears, screaming about the snow voices, there was no arrest, no suspect, no resolution, but the tape. The tape was never found, not in that attic anyway. A year later, in a thrift store in Denton, a customer bought an old box TV with a built-in VHS player. It came with a few tapes tucked inside a shoebox. One of them had duct tape on it. The label said, "Don't W8, they didn't listen." It started on a blistering September afternoon in Navasota, Texas, the kind where the heat clings to your clothes like damp regret, and even the cicadas seemed too tired to scream. The air was dry and sharp, like old paper, and it carried the smell of cut grass, sunburnt wood, and distant asphalt. That was the day Mrs. Candler introduced a new student to our 6th grade class at Bluebonnet Elementary, a quiet kid named Adrian Fowler. He was thin and pale like he'd been grown under a tarp, with dark circles under his eyes and a kind of stillness about him that didn't seem natural in someone our age. He didn't smile when the teacher said his name, didn't even blink when a couple of kids chuckled behind their hands. Just nodded, sat down in the back, and stared straight ahead like he was watching something no one else could see. He was put in the desk next to mine. That's how I became the first one. He didn't talk much that first week. I'd catch him staring sometimes, not in a mean way, just staring, like he didn't understand people. When he did speak, his voice was low and soft, with that flat drawl some kids pick up when they've moved around too much. I asked him once where he was from, and he just said, "Different places." That was all I got. No more. But then I made the mistake of inviting him over. It was supposed to be a sleepover. My mom was glad I was making friends, and my dad didn't care so long as we kept the noise down. Adrian showed up with a little black backpack and an old, flat pillow that looked like it hadn't been washed in years. It smelled like mildew and some kind of sweet rot I couldn't place. He didn't bring pajamas, just wore the same jeans and long-sleeve shirt all through the night, even when I asked if he was hot. "No," he said. "I get cold sometimes." We played Xbox for a while and he barely touched the controller. Then we watched Poltergeist. He didn't blink once. After my mom forced us to turn it off and go to bed, he laid down on his strange, crusted pillow and stared at the ceiling in total silence. I remember waking up around 3 in the morning to this ... noise, a kind of scratching like nails against drywall. I sat up and saw Adrian lying perfectly still, eyes wide open, watching the ceiling. His mouth was moving, but no sound came out. I was about to whisper something when I felt this coldness in my bones, not on my skin inside. Like something had crawled into my chest and settled behind my ribs. That's when I saw the thing in the corner. It looked like a shadow, only thicker, and it bent the light around it like smoke does on hot asphalt. It didn't move, just stood there with long arms and a head that scraped the ceiling. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even breathe. It felt like if I made a sound, it would see me. And if it saw me, it would reach me. Then Adrian blinked, and it vanished. In the morning, he acted like nothing had happened. Sighed he slept fine. I told him he talked in his sleep, and he just nodded. That happens sometimes, he said. The bruises started the next day. They were faint at first. Purple smudges under my armpits, down my legs, places I couldn't even reach. My mom thought it was a growth spurt thing, maybe me bumping into furniture at night. I didn't tell her about the dreams, the ones where I was in my room but the walls were bleeding, and something kept whispering in a voice like crickets under a porch. I wasn't the only one. By the end of the week, another kid named Marcus had Adrian over. 2 days later, Marcus came to school looking like he'd fallen down a flight of stairs. Swollen lip, blackened eye. Said he didn't remember how it happened. Adrian just watched from his desk, quiet as ever. Then it was Eli, then Chloe. Each time, the kid who hosted Adrian ended up pale, hollow-eyed, covered in bruises. Or worse, then came the eyes. It was Logan who came in one Monday morning with dried blood crusted in the corners of his eyes. Said he'd woken up crying but didn't. Know why. Said his dreams were filled with static and screaming and someone pressing down on his chest so hard he thought his ribs would snap. He'd only had Adrian over 2 nights before. I tried to tell my mom. She didn't believe me, of course. Maybe. The boy's just having a hard time fitting in, she said. He's probably lonely. Yeah, lonely like a pit viper. Then I started hearing it when I was alone. This whispering. At first I thought it was tinnitus, or maybe the house settling, but it followed me, in the shower, in the car. Once, I was brushing my teeth and saw, in the steamed-up mirror, a handprint on the glass. It wasn't mine. That night I dreamed I was lying in my bed and something crawled out from underneath. It wasn't human. Its limbs were too long, joints all wrong, like a spider pretending to be a person. It knelt on my chest and pressed its face, no face, just skin against mine. It smelled like mildew and blood. When I woke up, my nose was bleeding and there were new bruises on my ribs. I tried to avoid Adrian. Started eating lunch in the library, skipping recess, pretending to be sick. But he always found me. Would just show up, quiet as a shadow, asking if I wanted to hang out again. His voice never changed. Always soft, always even. But his eyes had grown darker, like the color was being drained out of them. I overheard two teachers talking one day in the hallway. They didn't know I was there. One said she'd called CPS on Adrian's family. Said she'd seen the bruises too. That boy's being hurt, she whispered. I'm sure of it. But it wasn't him getting hurt. It was all of us. The real breaking point came when Mrs. Reynolds, the art teacher, collapsed in the middle of class, clutching her chest and screaming, "Get it out! Get it out!" She'd made Adrian stay after school to talk about some disturbing drawing he'd turned in. A black figure with long arms standing over a bed. The person in the bed had no eyes. Just bloody sockets. She was hospitalized for days. They said it was a psychotic episode. No one mentioned Adrian's name. Finally, the principal announced that Adrian had been withdrawn from the school. Family emergency, he said. No one asked questions. Everyone just accepted it. Like a collective relief had passed through the building. But the bruises didn't go away, and the dreams kept coming. Even now, years later, I'll wake up gasping, my eyes burning like someone rubbed sand in them, my chest covered in handprint shaped bruises. It doesn't happen every night, just sometimes. But when it does, I know he's near, because wherever Adrian sleeps, it follows, and I let him sleep in my house. The house wasn't supposed to be there anymore. That's what everyone said. Anyway, it was the last rotten husk left on Calder Street, a forgotten dead-end vein in the east side of Garland, Texas, where chain-link fences curled inward like brittle paper and weeds chewed through what little sidewalk remained. All the other homes on that side had been torn down years ago after the city declared them unfit for habitation. Mold, black rot, cracked foundations, asbestos, whatever, it didn't matter. They were cleared out, demolished, the lots left as flattened scars of their former selves. But not the Cordell house. It leaned toward the sagging street lamp like a drunk against a pole. All warped wood and bone-colored siding, the porch railings broken like snapped teeth. The windows stared out like black eyes, dust-crusted and hollow. It didn't have an address anymore. The metal numbers had long since rusted off or been ripped away, but people still knew it. You just had to say that house, the one on Calder, and everyone understood. Nobody lived there, and yet nobody ever saw it get torn down. The city swore it had been condemned, scheduled for demolition back in 2017. But the damn thing just kept standing, ignored and avoided, like even bulldozers didn't want to touch it. So, of course, when Sarah's parents finally let her have her 12th birthday sleepover in the backyard, right next door to the Cordell place, it became the main event. No one said it out loud, but they all knew they were going to do something stupid. It started with a dare, the way these things always do. There were 6 of them. Sarah, who was trying way too hard to seem cool. Her best friend Alana, who was quieter, but meaner in a way she could hide behind a smile. Twins Marcus and Jamal, who everyone joked shared a brain. And finally, Denny and Ruthie, cousins who had lived in Garland forever and claimed to know all the haunted stories. They brought flashlights, an old Ouija board they stole from Ruthie's older brother, and a half-empty bottle of peach schnapps pilfered from someone's mom. They weren't old enough to be drinking, but they were just old enough to want to. Around midnight, after the s'mores and ghost stories were over and Sarah's mom had gone back inside the house for the night, Alana whispered the words that set the whole thing off. "Let's play hide-and-seek in there." She didn't have to point. Everyone looked at the Cordell house. Sarah rolled her eyes. "We're not going in there. That place has black mold or something." "Or something," Ruthie echoed with a snort, her flashlight beam flickering toward the porch. "It's probably full of rats," Marcus added. Jamal grinned. "Bet they play better hide-and-seek than you do." The wind picked up then, sudden and cold for a June night, rustling through the dried hedges like whispered laughter. Sarah crossed her arms. "We'll get in trouble." "Only if they catch us," Alana said. "Come on, one round. One person hides, everyone else seeks. Winner gets the last Pop-Tart." That got a groan from the twins, who had been hoarding the snacks like it was the end of the world. "I'll do it," Denny said, standing up. "I'll hide in there." Everyone fell silent for a second, like a line had just been crossed. He was the oldest, 13 last month, and the tallest, but even he looked a little pale as he climbed through the bent slats of the old gate. "You better not wimp out," Jamal called after him. Denny didn't answer. He just stepped onto the porch, each board moaning beneath his sneakers. Then he vanished through the front door, which hung half open like an invitation. No one followed. Not at first. They counted out loud, the way kids do, but the rhythm was nervous, halting. Double quotes. 40-5, 46. "Don't look," Alana snapped at Sarah, who was peeking. "I wasn't." Double quotes. 50-59, 60. "Ready or not, here we come." The porch swallowed them up one by one. Flashlights flickered like fireflies. In a jar as they stepped inside, the smell hitting them first wet wood, old smoke, and something bitter underneath, like pennies soaked in vinegar. The floor was soft in places. Sarah thought she saw something dark and wet moving along the baseboards, but it was gone before she could focus her light. The layout made no sense. There was a hallway that led into a room with no windows and a staircase that twisted upward, ending in nothing but broken rungs and shadow. The walls breathed. She could feel it an exhale when she stepped forward, like something had been holding its breath and let it out just for her. They split up, calling Denny's name. No answer. After 15 minutes, they started getting scared. "Maybe he left already," Jamal muttered. "Maybe he's back in the yard, laughing at us." "Denny!" Ruthie shouted again, turning in circles. "You little freak, you better not be hiding in the damn walls." And then they found him. Or what was left of him. He was standing in a room upstairs. None of them remembered going upstairs, but there he was, still and smiling, his arms dangling at his sides like dead weights. "Genny?" Sarah whispered, stepping forward. He didn't blink. His mouth was stretched wide, too wide. His cheeks torn at the corners like someone had forced the smile open with knives. "I win," he said, and then the lights went out. Flashlights died in their hands. Batteries popped and hissed. Screams echoed off the old plaster. Sarah grabbed Alana's hand, but it was wet, and when she pulled away, it came back red. Something moved in the dark. Big, crawling, clicking. It whispered through their heads, not ears, curling thoughts into knots. "Let's play again." They bolted. They didn't know how they got out. No memory of stairs, doors, or hallways. Just falling through the porch like it had turned to liquid, crashing onto the dead grass of Sarah's yard. Only 5 of them now. Not Denny. Sarah's mom didn't believe them. She said they'd had too much sugar, maybe snuck something from the liquor cabinet. The police came, walked through the Cordell house, and said it was empty. Said it had been for years. They said there was no sign of Denny, that the house was unsafe, but nobody had been inside it for over a decade. And yet, Sarah's phone rang the next morning. One new voicemail. A single whisper. "I win. Let's play again." The Cordell house still stands, waiting. And sometimes, when kids sneak into Sarah's backyard, daring each other to cross that bent gate, you can see a figure at the upstairs window. Tall, smiling, waiting for the next round. It started the way most Texas summer nights do in the town of Claiborne, heavy, thick with humidity. The air hanging so wet and close it felt like breathing through a damp rag. The cicadas screamed their shrill mechanical song in the trees, and the big industrial fan in the hallway window hummed like it was dying. 11-year-old Evan Griggs stood at the edge of the bathroom door in his faded Jurassic Park pajamas, scratching at a mosquito bite on the back of his thigh and listening. The house was mostly quiet. His parents were watching something on TV. In the living room, their laughter muffled by the walls and the sound of that damn fan. His older sister Darla was at a sleepover across town, which meant Evan had the hallway bathroom all to himself tonight. Normally, he liked that. No whining about how long he took, no bickering over toothpaste caps or wet towels. But tonight, the silence in the house didn't feel peaceful. It felt pregnant, like something was crouched behind it, waiting to make itself known. He'd been putting it off. He'd already brushed his teeth in the kitchen sink, pretending it was more convenient. But now the pressure in his bladder was too much to ignore. He tried to convince himself that nothing was wrong as he crept into the bathroom, bare feet, whispering across cold linoleum tiles. The overhead bulb was dim and yellow, casting a sickly glow across the cracked counter and the discolored porcelain sink. The bathroom always smelled faintly of mildew no matter how often his mom sprayed. Febreze. That was just how things were in old houses in Texas, especially ones like theirs. A 1950s ranch style, with paper-thin walls and ancient pipes that groaned and knocked at night like something was crawling through them. He stepped inside and flicked the switch. The light sputtered, buzzed, then steadied. He gave a quick glance at the shower curtain drawn shut. It was the old one with faded blue sailboats on it, slightly ripped near the top rings. He hated that curtain. It always looked like it was hiding something. Like if you ripped it back too fast, you'd see something awful staring back. Evan swallowed, then shook his head. "You're too old for this," he whispered. "Curtains don't have faces behind them." He turned toward the toilet and was just about to unzip when something made him pause. There was a shadow in the tub, a shape. Not movement, exactly. Just presence. He froze. The curtain moved slightly, like it had been disturbed by air. Only, there was no breeze. The fan in the hallway didn't reach this far, and the bathroom window had been sealed shut since the winter. Evan blinked. The shape hadn't been there a second ago. He leaned in closer. That's when he saw it. A face. Not a full face, just the suggestion of one. Partially lit by the bulb above, visible through the thinner fabric of the curtain, it looked like someone was standing behind it. Still, silent, staring. The face didn't move. It didn't blink. It didn't breathe. It was just there. Evans. Heart hammered in his chest so hard he could hear it in his ears. His body went cold despite the sticky heat. He took one tiny step backward, then another. He didn't scream. He couldn't. His throat had sealed shut like it knew making a sound would be a mistake. He stood there for what felt like years, trying to convince himself it was a trick of the light, a crease in the curtain, a shadow cast from the hallway. But no matter how he angled his head, the face stayed put, pale, round, featureless except for the faint impressions of eyes dark, bottomless, holes that seemed to be watching him. He backed out slowly and closed the door. Then he turned and bolted down the hallway like the devil himself was behind him, tripping over the rug and scraping his knee. He didn't tell his parents. He couldn't. What would he say? That he saw a face behind a shower curtain? Instead, he lay awake in bed, sweat-soaked and jittery, eyes flicking to every shadow, ears tuned for the creak of a door or the rustle of fabric. Eventually, near 3 a.m., exhaustion won. He drifted into a nightmare-riddled sleep, full of dripping sounds and empty eyes. By morning, the face was still burned into his memory, but it felt more like a dream. A trick of a tired brain and bad lighting. That's what he told himself. Anyway, he didn't go back into that bathroom for 3 days. When he finally did, it was mid-morning. The sun was bright and hot, and the house smelled like bacon and syrup. The curtain was open, the tub empty. No face, no figure, no sign that anything had ever been there. He used the toilet quickly, keeping one hand on the doorknob the entire time, then ran out like the room might bite. A week passed. Then, too, the memory faded, dulled by school and cartoons and bike rides with his cousin Joel. He started using the bathroom again, even brushing his teeth there, telling himself it had been a trick of the eye. He never closed the door all the way. Never pulled the curtain shut. But things felt normal again until the night Darla came home from a football game, flopped into bed, and screamed 15 minutes later. His mom found her sobbing in the hallway, her cheeks streaked with tears and sweat. All she could say for a long time was, "There was someone in the shower. I saw him. I swear I saw him." Their dad checked the bathroom. Empty. But the curtain had been closed. Darla swore up and down she hadn't touched it. Their parents dismissed it as imagination, stress, maybe something from the horror movie she'd watched at Cassie's party last weekend. Darla didn't believe that, and neither did Evan. That's when things started to escalate. The smell in the bathroom changed. It wasn't just mildew anymore. It was something sharper, like wet copper and rotten eggs. The light flickered constantly. No matter how many times they changed the bulb, it never lasted more than a day or two. The drain started gurgling at night. Loud, sloppy, choking sounds like something trying to crawl out. Their dad blamed old plumbing. Then came the water. It started appearing on the floor in the mornings. Just a little puddle at first, near the drain. Then streaks along the edge of the tub. One morning, Darla found 3 long, wet handprints on the mirror, too high to be Evan's, too large to be hers. They stopped using that bathroom entirely. Their parents got a plumber to come out, but the guy left early, mumbling something about weird vibrations in the walls and refusing to take payment. The night Evan saw the face again was the night he stopped sleeping altogether. he'd gotten. Up to get water from the kitchen, barefoot, tiptoeing through the dark. He passed the bathroom and the light was on. He hadn't turned it on. No one had. He stood frozen outside the door, staring. The curtain was closed. His legs moved without permission. He stepped closer. He didn't want to look. He had to look. He leaned in just a little. The face was there, clearer this time. Close to the curtain. So close the fabric pressed against its features. The eyes were too big, too wide, the skin beneath them sagged like wet paper. The mouth was stretched impossibly wide, downturned at the edges in a mockery of a smile. And the teeth, what little he could see of them, were gray. And too many. It was looking at him. No. It was waiting. Evan screamed. His parents came running. The face was gone. The curtain had fallen off one of the hooks, like it had been yanked. Hard from the inside. They finally sealed the bathroom. Shut it up with duct tape and a heavy piece of furniture pushed against the door. No one talked about it. No one went near it. Their dad made arrangements to remodel, to gut the place and start over. But the contractor never showed up. And when they hired a second guy, he quit halfway through demolition, pale and trembling, refusing to explain why. The Griggs family moved out 6 months later. Listed the house as is. Cheap. Evan never forgot the face behind the shower curtain. Saw it in dreams. He saw it in the glass of storefronts. He saw it in reflections where no one should have been standing. Sometimes, when he went to the bathroom in strange hotels or friends' houses, he felt it again, that sense of someone waiting just beyond the curtain. Sometimes he looked. Sometimes he didn't. It didn't matter. The face always found him again. The house at 410 Woodbury Lane had always sat quiet and brooding beneath the sour North Texas sky, a lonesome brick carcass tucked at the edge of a half-dead neighborhood in Wichita Falls. It was the sort of place realtors avoided talking about, the kind with price tags suspiciously low and listings that rotated agents every few months like a game of musical chairs. Some said it was built in the 1940s. Others swore it was older, and there wasn't a soul on the block who'd admit to having been inside it longer than 5 minutes. Marla Stinson didn't believe in any of that crap. She and her brother Toby had grown up in the shadow of rumors, ghost stories swapped under blankets and whispered in school bathrooms. Now that she was 17 and bored with life, the thrill of uncovering a haunted secret seemed more entertaining than the endless scroll of TikTok or another evening pretending not to hear her mother crying through the thin walls of their rental 2 blocks down. The house had been empty since before the droughts turned the creek behind it into a jagged vein of mud and stones. Its windows were stained and cloudy, the porch sagged like a tired old man, and the mailbox hung open, eternally hungry. But the thing everyone always said, the one part even skeptics repeated, was that 410 Woodbury had only 2 floors. Always had. Except sometimes, after dark, people swore they saw a 3rd window lit above the 2nd floor. Toby didn't want to go. At 13, he still had the wide eyes of a child who didn't quite believe in monsters, but he sure as hell didn't want to meet one either. Marla had to bully him into it, calling him a wimp, calling him names their mother would slap her for, daring him with that smirk older siblings are born with. She handed him a flashlight and pushed him through the back fence where the boards had split, dragging them both into the dying weeds behind the house. The sun was bleeding out in orange streaks behind the trees. Marla jimmied the back door with a rusted knife she'd found in their dad's old toolbox, a souvenir from the man who vanished on a stormy night 3 years ago and never came back. The door gave after a few tense grunts of effort, swinging open with a breathy groan. The air inside was thick with dust and the smell of rot mold, maybe, or old animal nests. Wallpaper curled off the walls like flayed skin, and the floor creaked under every cautious step. The furniture was sparse and old, covered in sheets that puffed out small ghosts of grime when touched. "It's not even scary," Marla said, grinning. "Just old." Toby stayed close, pointing the beam of his flashlight around like a nervous lighthouse. "Let's just look and go. We'll say we did. Take a picture." They moved through the first-floor living room, kitchen, what looked like a study. Faded books still sat on the shelves, their spines brittle and crumbling. There was a weird sense of waiting in the air, like the house had taken a deep breath and was holding it. The staircase groaned under their weight. The second floor was mostly bedrooms, each one more lifeless than the last. Beds with plastic-covered mattresses, wallpaper with faded animal patterns, mirrors smudged with age and something that might have been handprints. But it was the end of the hallway where things began to twist. The house's layout, by all logic, should have ended at the second floor. The roof was clearly sloped, even from the outside. There were no blueprints that mentioned anything else. But at the end of the hall, where a linen closet had once been, there was now a narrow staircase rising upward. Marla stared at it. "That wasn't here before," Toby said. "Of course it was. We just didn't notice." "No," he said, more firmly. "I remember this hallway. There was a closet. This isn't." But she was already climbing. The steps were steep, tight, and spiraled slightly as if built for people smaller than average. There was no railing, just walls that grew narrower the higher they went. Toby followed reluctantly, muttering the Lord's Prayer under his breath, the way their grandmother used to dot at the top. They came to a door. It wasn't like the other doors in the house. This one was made of something darker than wood, almost black, with a slick sheen, like whetstone. A doorknob that looked rusted but felt cold and smooth, almost pulsing. When Marla touched it, she turned it. The third floor smelled wrong. It was a thick, coppery stench that made Toby gag immediately and pull his shirt over his nose. Marla didn't say anything. Her flashlight flickered the moment they stepped inside, sputtered, then died. Darkness fell around them like a bag pulled over their heads, but they could still see. The room was wide. Impossibly wide, far too large to fit within. The dimensions of the house. Its ceiling was high and vaulted, the walls stretching away into shadow, but the light was wrong. No bulbs, no lamps, just a kind of dim, syrupy glow that seemed to ooze from the walls themselves, casting everything in a reddish tint. There were shelves, rows upon rows of them, like a grotesque library. And on every shelf, lined with precise care, were jars. Inside each jar was something organic. A finger, an eyeball, a fetal shape curled tight. Some of them moved. Marla walked ahead as if drawn. Toby grabbed her arm. "Marla, please." But she didn't hear him. At the far end of the room, something sat on a throne of bones. It looked like a man at first, too tall, too thin, its limbs elongated and slack like puppet strings. Its head twitched when it saw them, like it had forgotten it wasn't alone. The face was skin stretched thin over a skull, eyes wide and wrong, no whites, just dark. Rolling pits like holes in paper. It smiled. The shelves began to rattle. The jars vibrated. Some cracked. Toby screamed. Marla didn't move. She stepped forward again. The thing rose, each movement too fluid, its limbs trailing just slightly behind as if time didn't agree with it. Its fingers long, jointed things lifted toward Marla. Like a father greeting a daughter, Toby yanked her back. He doesn't remember what he did next. He remembers screaming her name. He remembers the doors slamming behind them, the stairs vanishing halfway down, the fall through blackness. He remembers waking up in the backyard, dirt in his mouth, blood on his hands. Marla wasn't there. The cops didn't believe him. No one believed there was a third floor. The house was condemned 2 weeks later, torn down, lot cleared. A parking lot now, flat and blank, no trace of what had been. But sometimes, if you park there after midnight and look up at nothing, you'll see a window lit in the sky. And sometimes, if you're very quiet, you'll hear a voice, young female, calling. A name in the dark, calling for someone who never should have opened that door. It started sometime in the deep hours of the night, though Tyler couldn't say exactly when. He just knew he was the first one to stir. He'd never liked sleeping bags, but that night he'd made dew rolled up like a taco on the shaggy carpet of Liam's living room, still tasting grape soda and red vines in the back of his throat. Outside, the dry summer wind groaned through the mesquites, brushing the windows with their scratchy limbs. Somewhere in the distance, a freight train moaned a long, hollow sound that bent against the silence like something alive. Tyler blinked, disoriented. The house was too quiet, even for 3 a.m. The glow-in-the-dark stars Liam's mom had stuck to the ceiling years ago had mostly peeled away, but a few still hovered above like pale, dying jellyfish. Tyler rubbed the crust from his eyes and sat up, expecting to hear someone fart or whisper or start snoring again, but there was nothing. Across the room, lined up like corpses at a morgue, the other boys lay exactly as they'd fallen asleep hours earlier. Derek in his blue sleeping bag with the burnt zipper, Marcus curled on the old sofa with a pillow between his knees, and Liam, face down on the beanbag chair with one sock halfway off. Not a single one stirred. Tyler stood up. He looked around. No light from under the hallway door, no sound from Liam's parents' room down the hall. He went over to Derek and nudged his shoulder. "Hey," Tyler whispered. "Dude, wake up." Number. Response. He nudged harder. Nothing. Tyler leaned in close enough to hear breathing, but there wasn't any. Not really. If Derek was breathing, it was shallow. So shallow it didn't move his chest. He tried Liam next, shaking him, then yanking his shoulder, flipping him over. Liam's face lolled like it had no bones, eyes closed, lips slightly parted. He looked alive, but something was off. Not stiff, not dead. Just gone. Panic swelled inside Tyler like a balloon. "Guys, come on," he said, louder now, his voice cracking. "Wake up, okay? You're scaring me." Still nothing. Tyler ran to the kitchen and flicked on the overhead light. It buzzed, then hummed steadily. He turned to the hallway and screamed toward the master bedroom. "Mrs. Penner? Something's wrong." His voice ricocheted through the house like a thrown rock. No one answered. He crept down the hallway, heart jackhammering. The bedroom door was cracked open. He pushed it gently. The moonlight from the window painted strange shapes across the floor. There, on the bed, were 2 still figures. Not moving. Not even twitching. Tyler choked out a sob. He ran to the bed and shook Liam's mother by the arm. She didn't stir. Neither did Liam's dad. Their bodies weren't stiff or cold. They were warm. Normal. But their eyes wouldn't open, and nothing he did changed that. The sun came up eventually. Tyler stood at the front window, staring out across the cul-de-sac. No sounds, no lawnmowers, no garage doors creaking open. No joggers with earbuds. He opened the front door and stepped outside. Silence. The neighbor's sprinklers were on, watering the grass of an empty yard. Across the street, old Mr. Greeley's porch light was still on, but his rocking chair sat empty. Not even his dog barked. Tyler screamed until his throat went raw. The next day he tried the phone. Every line Liam's landline, his parents' cells, was dead. He tried every house on the block, banging on doors, ringing bells. He broke into 3 of them. The result was always the same. People asleep. Not dead, just gone in a way that defied everything. He found a car with the keys still inside. Tried to drive to town, but halfway down Farm Road 918, he stopped In the distance, in all directions, were more empty cars. Crashed trucks. Idle semis. Gas pumps still attached to hands that weren't there. One man stood in the middle of a Dollar General, eyes shut, unmoving, holding a gallon of milk. Tyler sat in the back of the store and cried for almost 2 hours. Over the next few days, he tried to make sense of it, tried the TV. Every station was static. Even the emergency alert system was silent. He lived on chips and soda. Eventually, the power stayed on, though he didn't understand why. Maybe some system somewhere was still running. Weeks passed. He marked time by making scratches on Liam's living room wall with a steak knife. Eventually, he stopped counting. The silence did something to his head. He kept expecting someone to jump out and yell, "Gotcha!" He kept talking to the others as if they'd answer. "Hey, Derek, you. Remember when you fell in that septic tank at camp? That was funny, right?" No answer. "Liam, your mom always made those cinnamon rolls in the mornings. Why didn't she make them today?" Nothing. One night, the silence broke. He'd taken to sleeping in Liam's parents' bed because it felt safer, higher. The shadows didn't feel so close. That night, Tyler heard something, a knock. One single knock, then quiet. He sat bolt upright. It came again. Knock, knock. At the front door. He crept down the hallway, heart in his throat. Slowly turned the knob. No one was there. Just the wind across the yard and the street light flickering. Like it was about to go out, he slammed the door shut and locked it, then pushed the sofa against it. The knocks came again, at the windows now, at the back door, faint, like fingertips drumming wood. "Who's there?" Tyler screamed. "What do you want?" Silence answered. That was the first time he saw them. Shapes outside. Tall, wrong, moving like they were underwater, just on the edge of his vision. When he turned to look, they were gone. But the next night, they were closer. Liam's dad was still in the bed, unmoving, mouth agape, as if frozen mid-snore. But when Tyler checked his hand, it was cold now. Derek's lips had turned gray. Marcus smelled strange. The others weren't staying fresh. He tried to leave town again. Made it as far as the city limits before the road curved and brought him back somehow to the same corner of Liam's block. No matter which way he drove, roads didn't go where they should anymore. Something had closed in. The lights flickered more. Shadows moved where there was no light. Tyler started seeing things. Hearing whispers from the basement, the one they were never allowed to go into because it was flooded in '03 and Liam's parents just nailed it shut. But now the nails were coming loose, one by one, scraping out of the wood in the dead of night. He'd boarded up every window, carried knives from the kitchen to every room. He didn't sleep, didn't dare. And still, they came. Somewhere in the house, Liam's voice whispered, "Tyler." But when he turned the corner, it wasn't Liam. Just a husk in a sleeping bag, eyes sunken deeper now. Skin thinner, cracking. "Tyler," it whispered. Again, this time from the TV. The static pulsed with voices now. Hundreds layered over one another, all calling his name. He dragged the sleeping bags into the garage, drenched them in gasoline, lit the match. The fire was hungry. The smoke was thick. But when he turned around and went back inside, they were there again. In the living room. Asleep. Exactly. As they'd been. As if nothing had changed. Tyler screamed until something tore in his chest. That was months ago. Or maybe years. He couldn't tell anymore. Time doesn't work here. Not really. He still talks to the boys. Tells stories. Makes grilled cheese and leaves it out, untouched, on the coffee table. The house never rots. The food doesn't spoil. The lights don't go out, and he never sleeps. He knows what happens if he does. He saw it in the static. What waits and dreams Dot so he stays awake? Forever Dot, this is the sleepover that never ended. And Tyler is the only one still dreaming. They said the house on Ridgetop Lane was haunted, but that didn't stop the sleepover. In fact, that's why they picked a Dot. It sat at the edge of Waxahachie, tucked behind a thicket of cedar trees and barbed wire fencing that was older than any of them. The house had belonged to the Moffat family in the 1960s, but after the fire, after the kids died in their beds, it sat abandoned, slowly sagging under the weight of Texas heat and time. Nobody bought it. Nobody renovated. People said it was because of the smell, like burnt sugar and meat, Louise said, dragging his sleeping bag through the broken porch door. There's no such thing, said Caleb, stepping over a patch of collapsed flooring. You're just psyching yourself out. There is such a smell, Blaine added. That's what a body smells like when it burns. My uncle was a firefighter. Said it stuck to his skin for days. Micah said nothing. He was filming. They were 16, all of them, and stupid the way 16-year-olds get when they're half drunk on Red Bull, fear, and the idea of immortality. The four of them had planned this sleepover since the start of summer. It was going to be their final send-off before senior year. No parents, no girls, no phones, just a night inside one of the most talked about ruins in Ellis County, Caleb's. Cousin had the keys. The city had padlocked the place after too many kids kept sneaking in, but it was still standing, and the rumors had only grown darker. People said you could hear children laughing from the second floor, even though no stairs remained. Some said if you left a candle burning past midnight in the old nursery, it would blow out on its own, and you'd wake up with ash on your tongue. None of that mattered. Blaine brought chips. Louise brought weed. Caleb brought a bottle of something from his dad's cabinet. And Micah? He brought a handheld camera. Documenting our descent into madness, he joked, turning the lens on himself as they set up their sleeping bags in the living room. What remained of it? The ceiling had partially collapsed, exposing beams and insulation that hung like entrails. The walls were scorched black from a fire that had clearly started upstairs. All the doors were gone, windows too. Dust settled on everything. Some graffiti kids had sprayed a pentagram on the wall near the fireplace, but it was old, flaking. Louise lit a joint and passed it around. They stayed up until nearly 2 a.m., telling stories, daring each other to go upstairs. What was left of it, anyway? There were planks and beams, but the floor was caved in. Whatever rooms had once existed above were now charred skeletons overhead. A broken crib sat in the far corner, half melted. No one touched it. It was Caleb who first said it. You guys ever heard of sleep paralysis? Louise laughed. Yeah, the demon on your chest shit. Everybody's had it. Micah shook his head. Not like this one kid I read about. Said he slept in a haunted place once, right? Woke up frozen, couldn't move. But it wasn't just the pressure. He said there was something inside his head. A sound, a screech. Like a wire being pulled. Tight behind his eyes, he said it wanted in. That every time he blinked in real life, it blinked inside his brain too. All right, no more creepy stories, Blaine said. We've already broken into a house where 3 kids burned to death. We don't need help screwing up our sleep. One by one, they turned off their flashlights and lay down. For a while, it was just the wind, soft and slow, coming through the empty frames of the windows. Someone's phone buzzed once, but no one answered. They were all half asleep, floating. In that weird zone where thoughts melt together. Then came the sound. Soft at first. Like floorboards shifting under weight. But no one was moving. Then again. Closer. Creak. Micah rolled over, eyes still shut. Blaine, stop screwing around. No reply. Creak. Louise turned on his side. He couldn't tell if he was dreaming or not, but he saw something by the fireplace. A shape, not tall, not wide, just wrong. It shimmered like heat haze. No features, just outlines that twitched. "Who's up?" he asked, groggy. Still no answer. Micah reached for his camera. The night vision clicked on with a green glow. He panned the room slowly. 3 bodies still in their bags. A 4th. Standing near the wall, just staring. He zoomed in. It wasn't one of them. The figure was small, no taller than 4 feet. Its body was stiff like a mannequin, arms straight at its sides. The eyes were nothing, just 2 pits of night. When the camera panned back again, it was gone. Micah sat bolt upright, breathing fast. "Guys, wake up, wake up," Caleb stirred. Blaine mumbled something and rolled over. Luis didn't move. Micah stood and walked to him. "Luis, wake up, man." He touched his shoulder. Luis twitched, but didn't wake. His mouth was open slightly, eyes fluttering behind the lids. Blood pooled at his ears. Thin lines ran into his pillow, soaking it. Micah screamed. The others shot up, confused and panicked. "What the hell? Is he dead?" Micah turned Luis over, shook him hard. "He's not waking up." He's not. He's bleeding, guys. What do we do?" Caleb was already backing toward the broken door. "We have to leave. Call 911. Then the laughter came. Children's laughter. Faint. From upstairs. Impossible. The house held no upper floor anymore. Only beams and air, but the sound came again, like a nursery rhyme echoing backward through a vent. Micah's camera whined. The screen went white, then black. Then flashed a single frame, a child's face, charred and grinning. Lips sewn shut. Skin hanging in flakes. Then it died, and so did the lights on all their phones. They dragged Luce's body out of the house and down the driveway. His pulse was still there, shallow, but nothing they did would wake him. Luis never recovered. He lived, technically, but he never opened his eyes again. Doctors found signs of brain trauma, as if he'd suffered a seizure or aneurysm, but no cause. Nothing physical. Just a coma with no explanation. Every test came back normal, yet his EEG showed constant activity in his visual cortex, like he was dreaming, constantly, violently. He bit off half his tongue 2 months later in the hospital. They had to restrain him. No one talks about the sleepover anymore. Caleb joined the Marines right after graduation and hasn't spoken to any of them since. Blaine moved to Colorado. Won't answer messages. Micah still has the camera. The files are gone, wiped. But sometimes when he plugs it into a charger, it vibrates once, and the screen flickers white. And at exactly 2:13 a.m., without prompt, it plays back a single whisper through its broken speaker. 3 words. Still not asleep.